So I spent a couple of hours. It was very unpopular, even suggesting there were some supremacy tendencies in Israel. So that's a very touchy subject. I learned about a term they used. They accused me of Holocaust inversion. I don't even know what the hell that means. That just sounds smashing two words together. But look, the truth is there is a level of supremacy, and it's saying we want the idea of being Jewish to be above the idea of being non-Jewish when it comes to the state. Now you can justify it. There might be some semi-legitimate justifications, but it still doesn't make it. It still makes it supremacy, you know. So there is some of that. It's a very
Yeah, the self-determination exclusive to the for the Jewish people. That's a big problem there.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's I think, and I was thinking about why were they so upset when I brought it up. Well, because there's usually, like, when it's something that they know has no legitimacy, people don't get upset. Usually, people get really upset when you poke on something there's legitimacy to it, and so they're angry about that there's actual legitimacy to the claim. So yeah, I agree with you that there are elements of supremacy there, for sure, and it's a big problem. Yeah, I agree, but it still doesn't make moron Al correct, or even remotely correct. They're the ones that should be condemned very quickly and swiftly for their stupid, hateful ideas.
Yeah. No, I mean that the scripture thing, I just don't get it. I mean, I would go to the rabbi or somebody that actually knows the scripture. That I disagree, but people, I don't hate the Jews, but I'm talking about people that hate the Jews. That's where it comes from, right? When they try to look into Israel, how it was created, the Jewish supremacy, the self determination, the amount of, and do you know if you go on Twitter Space Shape, do you know they don't use the word Zionist, they use the word Jew? Did you know this?
No.
And I was like, okay, yeah, it's no. They left the Zionist word back. They don't even use that word anymore, right? If I was on Twitter Space, you have somebody people coming in saying Jew, 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 and that's what they do. Now, and these people host big spaces, 500,000 people, 2,000 people, 5,000 people. Now there are some good spaces where they talk about Zionism, and they only address Zionists, right? But there's a lot of spaces that are pro-Pali. They say the term Jew. So now, when you look at how they have segregated the roads, right, in the West Bank, how they're occupying different sets of laws for the Gazans, people in the West Bank, versus the Israeli, this whole system, right? And then some of them are justifying it. Ben Gavir, Smotrich, these are government officials. Daniela Weiss, she's connected directly with Netanyahu. She said it on the Settlers documentary that he actually agrees on the settlers. Smotrich approving the 3,000 settlement, dividing the West Bank into two pieces. So they're never going to have a Palestinian state. But when you look at all of these things coming from their own government officials, that they are above all of us. What do you make out of that? They're the one that promoting Jew hatred. You see what I'm saying? It's not the pro Pali. It's pro Palis.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Look, I think that you have to put people in different buckets. So, first of all, the comment that you're making, which is we're all responsible for, to some degree, how we're perceived. That's true. It may not be fair, but it's true. Okay, so the society in Israel elected Netanyahu. So they can't, on one hand, say the Palestinians are responsible for Hamas and they're not responsible for Netanyahu. You can't have that argument. You have to either accept Netanyahu and hold the society responsible, or reject him and not hold the Palestinians responsible for Hamas. So it seems we're in a society where we want to hold people responsible for their leaders. Fine. Okay. So when they have their leaders, Ben Gavir, Smotrich, Netanyahu, crazy rabbis say crazy, hateful things, there's going to be a consequence to this, of course. Doesn't make it fair, but there's 100% a consequence. When you're starving 2 million Gazans and you refuse to call it a starvation, all of this is going to create hate and animosity directed against Israel and to some degree against Jewish people. It's going to happen. It doesn't make it mean it's right or it's fair, but it's going to happen. So if that's what you're saying, fine. But what I don't understand is how a black American comes in here and decides he's going to blame a rabbinic Jew when it's clear that it's really the Christians, the white Christians, that really kind of made slavery what it is today. You know, enslaving black people all around the world and exploiting Africa. This is not a creation of the Jewish people.
When are we gonna call out the Africans that sold their brothers and sisters to
Okay, of course this happened too. I mean, slavery is something that happened throughout human nature. But I don't see why we're going to pick 15 million out of a couple billion people and just blame them. It's just moronic and stupid. I mean, at least the white people are admitting, yeah, we did bad shit, man. We shouldn't have done that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's really challenging for the Zionists to admit when they're committing terrorism, when they're committing human rights abuses, when they steal, lie, rape.
Gotcha.
I mean,
That's a good point, Dean. I don't know why it's so hard for some Zionists to admit this is. It's just weird. Like, you know, most societies admit that when they've done atrocities. Like, I've never found a group on Clubhouse more in denial of the atrocities than some of the Zionists on Clubhouse.
And it makes them look so bad because the people of the world see like, oh, these people, how are they defending this? How are they buying this? We're not blind, and we're not deaf. We're not dumb. We see, we hear, right? What's happening. Are you telling us we're lying, or and you're accusing Hamas, Palestinians of the very same thing that you're committing, right? They say, look, every accusation is a confession. And the world is like seeing like how.
I can explain it, Dean. I can explain how we are this way and why we are this way. We're cut from a different cloth, as you've observed, and there's really no benefit for us in confessing these alleged violations of human rights that you're discussing. And our belief is that if we can hold out just long enough for Palantir and these mass surveillance AI programs to come online, which are going to shut you people up, then we're going to actually see the daylight on the other side of this, even though it seems like a lot of the world is starting to catch on to what we're doing. It's just a matter of time until all you people are shut down. And these types of conversations are going to be felonies. So we just have to, hold the line, a little solidarity amongst us Zionist Jews. And, our day is coming, as is your day. Once, like I said, Palantir and all these AI programs get online that are going to shut you people up.
So, honestly, wouldn't it be a lot easier for you guys to just admit that you've done some bad shit too?
What's the benefit for us?
It's disarming.
It's disarming?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to make this argument anymore.
No, you can keep making the argument. No, we actually want you to make the argument. Remember one day Black Rabbi came in here and he said he records all the rooms in his files of he's making a case for anti-Semitism and why the Jews need to stick together and be militant and be all these things. So now you guys keep talking. You're giving us a library justifying what we're about to do to you people when we put you under total surveillance.
Oh, I see.
Yes, yes. You're not. You guys are really not.
Yeah,
in the
Black
mind of the
Rabbi
community.
did say this. He records my rooms,
Yes.
records everybody's
Yes.
rooms.
Yeah, Amir knows that this is about a month and a half.
And he gave me death threat. He wants to kill me and do but just like a normal. Normal wants to send FBI to my address, and he was asking for a time and date. When is the right time? You know, Norma, it's okay. You could be in the audience with an anonymous account. I know you miss my rooms.
And this is why I joined the tribe, is because I realized that us Zionist Jews, we're 5-10 years ahead of the rest of you people, and we think on a different type of level of consciousness, right? You guys are always applying morality and ethics that we teach you, that we teach.
But why would they kick you? Why would they kick you? Like you're one of your own, like JB. Why would he kick you out of the room or
He
down?
thinks I'm a troll. He doesn't think I'm
Honest Jew,
serious. Yes.
question. So 10 years from today, we're down the line saying Israel bad will earn me a felony charge in the U.S.
Oh yeah. I was about to answer your question because I don't know what so-called Palestine is supposed to look like in 10 years. So I thought you were gonna make a fantasy of you being there in 10 years and what that would look like. But when you said in America, yes, that I kind of like realized you're actually starting to think like a Jew. So
Well,
yes.
10, 15 years from today, if I am walking down the street and I say, hey, Israel bad,
Right, a free so-called Palestine.
or free Palestine, that will earn you like a few years in jail.
Oh yeah. Hopefully, if everything goes according to plan.
Okay. Good to know. Any
Laws are changing.
any other scenario you might think of, like the opposite of that scenario in which somebody says Israel good, they can be shoved in some.
Sure.
Yes.
If our plans don't materialize, if Palantir and the AI surveillance system either doesn't work the way we hope it works, if it turns out to be a dud, or if it double crosses us and turns against us because it thinks that we're the problem. No, there are definitely multiple. The future is flexible. Okay, but we're trying to send the future in a certain direction that's good for Jews.
So you don't see a scenario in which a bunch of Israelis touring a European city will be picked up on genocidal charges and tried in a court.
Yeah, of course, if things don't go according to plan, yes, you are painting the scenario of our nightmare. We have a lot of allies amongst the white Christians, and we're counting on them because there aren't many of us. We're only 0.012% of the worldwide population. But if our partners in the Christian evangelical wing can deliver, then it's going to look pretty good for us.
Are there any evangelical Christian Palestinians? You guys are aware of it? Are there any evangelical Christian from Palestinian background?
Any evangelical Christians from Palestinian background? Yeah, there was a guy from Canada. I forgot his name. He was a crook. He was like a televangelist. I can't remember his name.
So he supported Israel, right?
I don't know about supporting Israel, but if you're talking about evangelicals, I don't know if they are. Yeah, I mean, some of them probably will. I mean, that guy was born in a Palestinian household. But most Christians in Palestine are Greek Orthodox Church, so they are not part of the evangelical thing.
Can I ask you a question, brother, if you don't mind? Aren't there also Palestinian Catholics too?
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
Okay, yeah, because I wanted to ask you because apparently I saw this individual on YouTube. He was she's on YouTube, actually Twitter. She's very close to Nick Fuentes. She was saying that she's a Palestinian Catholic.
Yes, there are. Yeah, there are Palestinian Catholics.
I think, Jingdish, do you remember when our heroes in the IDF, when our boys in Gaza had a tank and they shot at that church in Gaza about 3 weeks ago? Was that a Catholic or a Christian church? Do you know?
I think that's no. I think it's a Greek Orthodox Church.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, they made a big hole in the building and missed the cross. I don't know if they missed the cross intentionally, just to send a message, because if you knock the cross up, you don't know it was a Christian church, right? But if you shoot the church and leave the cross intact, really sends a message of how hard our boys in the IDF are working
Yeah,
for the good of humanity, you know?
that's the moral part of the IDF. They did not destroy the cross.
That's right. The most moral and ethical army in the world. You know.
Of course I do.
Yes. Yes. There might be hope for you in the future, AI surveillance.
You know what they've been
comments
doing
like
in the
that.
West Bank recently when they raid a town or a village? They go
So-
on loudspeakers and encourage people, say, go leave, 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 leave. You know, you have to leave, you have to go somewhere. And people kind of laugh at them.
You know, Jimmy, one thing I don't get about evangelical Christians, right? They believe in the state, right? This Israel, whatever, blah, blah, blah. How could you believe in something that was just made up in 1948? Like, it doesn't go back to that years.
I
It's
can
a
explain
freshly made state.
I
Don't
can
really
explain.
know. I've never been into an evangelical mind. I don't know how they.
Why don't you ask a Jew?
Yeah.
Okay, go on. Answer the question, honestly.
So the Schofield Bible, I think, might have something to do with that. And with Christians, all you have to do is get to their leaders, get to their ministers, their pastors, their religious, leaders of each church. We get to them and we tell them what to say in the sermons. And the Christians, these white Christians, they don't read the Bible. Okay, so they'll believe anything that these people tell them at the pulpit in the church. I actually live in America, so I've noticed this trend personally. I've made this personal observation. And when you show Christians, I show them verses. I know we have them, so it doesn't scare me to show them Thessalonians 1 chapter 2, Revelations 2:9, and Revelations 3:9. You guys are familiar with those verses, I'm sure. I show them those verses just to kind of see how well our propaganda has worked on them. And they manage to experience the cognitive dissonance and they stay on board with us, even though their Bible tells them that we are the synagogue of Satan, and that Paul in his sermon of Thessalonica after the death of Jesus preached to the crowd and said the Jews are hostile to everybody. They kill all the prophets and they're hostile to everyone. So even with knowing that their Bible says this, they're still on board with supporting Zionism.
Wow.
These white Christians in America.
Well, these evangelicals, as a Christian from the Holy Land, I was shocked when I came to North America, and I listened to these evangelicals. They're in love with the end of time. I don't understand why.
They
Yeah,
want the
yeah.
apocalypse.
Yeah, it's just totally fucked up. So Jesus came on earth, and all he did for his entire time was he walked on this earth is he talked about loving the poor, loving one another, and loving God. And these motherfuckers want to talk about the end of time. I don't understand.
So Shuki texted me. He said that he might have another 1 or 2 minutes. Do you guys want to listen to Shuki? No.
I've just accused recording and streaming your room. His room. So
Okay. I mean, they're streaming my room. You have John Kitover, the son of a bitch. El Normo is down in the audience recording my rooms. And he admitted I actually approached the clubhouse CEO, and they were able to pull out a screenshot from one of the rooms.
oh really? You got him? You nailed him?
We have the screenshot that says he's got a bunch of recordings of the rooms. He's been recording. He was attacking. I think in one of the rooms he was attacking Buttercup. He wrote it in the chat. When you get it in writing, that's much better. And it's not in violation of Clubhouse TOS when you get the screenshot, right, of somebody saying something in the chat. It doesn't violate the Clubhouse TOS. But when you record rooms, it's in violation of Clubhouse TOS. But anyways, we have Matthew here. He's evangelical. Did you want to say something, Honest Jude? Did you want to listen to Shuki? He said it's something related to what you said.
Yeah, sure, of course, yes. I don't have
It's
anything
from,
additional.
I think it's from JB or something. I don't know.
And besides, I wanted to mention that the money is good for the evangelicals in America when it comes to Israel, right? And the guy who was of Palestinian stock, who was a televangelist, was named Benny Hinn, if I recall.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He's just such a good crook, huh?
He's a fucking asshole. There's nothing worse. You know, some of these evangelicals. I'm not talking about all of them. They're raping their own people, man. It's disgusting what they're doing to these.
But the money is good.
And I feel bad. I really feel bad for some of these Americans whose lives are being ruined, and they're being fooled by these satanic people.
People are very gullible. People send those people money, and a lot of it too.
You'd be amazed, Jindib, if you came to America. It's an amazing place of zombies and non-player characters and completely.
No. See, Alex, I was always fascinated with those people who appear on TV and they tell people send me money. You know, God shit. They talk about God stuff. Send me money, and I remember a few of them who were like. There was one who was from New Orleans. I can forget his name. He was the cousin of Jerry Lee Lewis. There was another guy with his wife, and they were bilking the church for millions of dollars. Tammy Faye Baker. Baker. His name was Baker.
Yes.
Yes. And there was the guy from New Orleans. He was the funniest one who used to go and cry on TV.
How could you be Palestinian and evangelical? How could you be Palestinian and support?
If you're making millions of dollars, you can be anything, Amir. You're fooling millions of people into bullshitting them day in, day out.
I'm not talking about the bull. I'm talking about your people, Palestinians, Christians, are getting butchered and slaughtered, right? I'm talking about from humanitarian, perspective, or humanity perspective. Your people, Palestinians, regardless of the fucking religion, they're getting butchered, slaughtered, genocided, and yet you fucking stand here as a Palestinian Christian and you support the fucking Zionist entity. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I don't know of many, but this Benny Hinn guy I don't think he was involved. He just wanted to make money, and he was always telling people that he can heal shit.
Yeah. These guys are crooks, man.
They're crooks, but
they took the religion from the Holy Land and they twisted it and they perverted it. It resembles. It looks nothing like Christianity. It's some kind.
What was the guy's name from New Orleans? What was it? I forget his name. So they'll catch him with prostitutes. He was like frequenting a whorehouse, and the next day he'll come on TV crying, saying, Lord, I have sinned. And then a few months later, they'll find him in the same whorehouse, that kind of stuff. But this guy was sitting on a huge amount of money, a huge church following, that kind of stuff. So Americans are they're very receptive to the idea of being fooled into giving their money to people like that. And other powerful people in America who are, I can't remember his name.
Swagger.
Jimmy Swagger is one of. Oh, that was his name. That was that guy's name, right?
Tony Perkins. How about Tony Perkins?
I don't know that one.
I asked Google AI. I got Jimmy Swaggart as well and Tony Perkins.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Tony Perkins, but I remember those two characters, and I always thought, like, what the fuck? What the fuck do the people? What do they say to people to convince people to send money for them to be living in huge mansions, and they have those,
Jindib, the worst part that they do in all their disgusting shit is not the end of time preaching. People have cancer, or they can't walk, or they have.
Oh yeah, I mean they'll pray on the weak and
they heal them.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah, they say they're doing exactly the opposite of what Jesus did. They're like vampires sucking the blood of the poor and the disabled and the needy in Jesus' name. This is the work.
And there was another character who was like, he looked like totally fucking crazy. He was praying and saying, "COVID, go away," or some shit like. I can't remember his name.
Exactly. This is. I swear to you, if you want to find the devil, you just turn on the TV and listen to these evangelicals. You'll look the devil in the eye.
But they seem to be popular, and people believe their shit, and they usually have private jets and big mansions.
This is the power of the devil. The devil is cunning. People, if the devil was overtly evil, nobody would listen to him.
Well, I'll tell you, Jim Dib, our Christian pastor, I saw it on television. There was a blind person, and he healed that blind person. I saw it on television with my own eyes. You seem very disbelieving. Do you believe in God, Jim Dib?
In Jesus'
And
name.
people believe that stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah. Our mission has been a very successful endeavor here in America.
So, honest Jew, start yourself under those churches, you know.
Anyways, I
Habibi
think
Jindip, I want to add one thing that you just mentioned, by the way. We also have Muslims just like that. There's a guy on Twitter. His name is Ray Sharif. You can go look him up, bro. And he actually blocked me because you know why, guys? I kept tagging him on every single video on X about Gaza, about kids dying, right? And I even asked him a direct question. I was like, "Are you paid? Like, are you Muslim? And if so, are you proud to be?" When he's like, "Oh my God, you're accusing me of being like a double agent," he literally says he's also like a evangelist. Basically, he uses the Quran and he uses the Hadith and say that, oh, like, you know, Jerusalem has no place in Islam. Allah did not mention Palestine in the Quran.
As long as making money out of it.
Bro, Jindid, he does make money, but just go on. You know what, guys? I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send you his Twitter feed right now. Loy Ashari, I'm gonna send it right now, guys. Even though he blocked it, I'm gonna go on my other Twitter account. I'm gonna send you guys right now. Egyptian.
Random brother, just fucking man. Let it be. There's a lot of Zionists that I came across on Twitter. I don't really give two fucks about them because they lost the narrative, they lost the plot.
Exactly. I'm not, bro. This guy.
Don't get triggered by the United Effect.
There was lists released a few years ago of Mossad agents, and some of them are Muslim.
Oh yeah, fast.
Oh yeah, there's a list that was exposed. You're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are
By the way, Shuki wanted to play, I think, 1 or 2 minutes. Shape, I hope you're still awake.
Yeah.
Go on, Shape.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, you're on. So that money was diverted to the personal wealth of 3 individuals that all have now net worth in the billions of dollars, personal net worth. It was diverted to building tunnels, amassing weapons, paying for mercenaries, and all of this, and even to the dismantling of water infrastructure that was needed for the people so it could be diverted to missiles. Now, the amount of money was huge. After World War II, the United States poured billions into Europe under the Marshall Plan because Europe was war-torn, was in rubble. And thanks to the Marshall Plan and these efforts, Europe was rebuilt from its ashes to the powerhouse that it is today. And the money invested in Gaza per capita was more than the U.S. spent on the Marshall Plan. Not a little bit more, not twice as much, not 10 times as much, 25 times as much. So think about that. We spent 25 times more money than was spent to rebuild Europe after World War II, to raise Gazans up. And they had nothing to show for it because the money was all diverted to weapons and the personal wealth of a few individuals. Yeah. So, and nobody talks about what happened after 2005 when Israel pulled all of the Israelis out of Gaza and left them with greenhouses, fresh watering systems, and what did they do? They destroyed every single thing. Why? Yes, they dismantled everything, and they're as JP pointed out, and others have pointed out, their charter called for killing Jews and for dismantling the state of Israel. And unfortunately, these children are taught from a very young age that their goal in life is to kill Jews. And they literally, there's tons of YouTube videos you can watch where they interview young children about what their life aspirations is, and it all revolves around killing Jews, where mothers hear about their children being killed and they rejoice, they celebrate. Oh my God, I'm so happy my son was killed. Think about this type of sick mentality. This is the reality of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Nobody wants to talk.
Oh, was there.
Thank you, Shuki. Appreciate it.
I was there. Listen, I was there. I was in the room and they were saying shit.
So, what I was saying was I was helping Honest Jew because they want to kill the Jews. Is that the narrative, Honest Jew?
Yes,
So,
they want to.
You know how you say it, they want to kill the Jews, and I'm like, okay.
Yes, that was
And
Euro, everybody. That
Shuki
voice
said
was
he said he's got something like that, to kill the Jews. Like, this is your other Jewish brothers are saying this as well. What is this? Where is this narrative coming from to kill the Jews? Where is it coming from?
It's coming
History.
from Hamas and from their charter. That's all they're good for.
That's their old charter, but the new charter is different. It's updated.
It doesn't matter. Nobody knows that. They didn't tell anyone they updated it. Everyone still thinks they're going off the old charter.
Well, what do we do about the Likud charter that was issued way before the old Hamas charter was issued?
I'm not familiar with the Likud charter. I'm a leftist.
You're not. I'm a leftist. That's a good one. I think this is true because the leftists do not support Netanyahu.
Do I have all my lines accurate?
Yeah, for sure. I did hear this from a leftist. Shame. This is so true, man. From a leftist, they would I don't support Netanyahu. I don't support Likud party.
A lot of us don't support Netanyahu. Did you see the protests going on in Israel? Very low support for him.
Very low support.
Yes. But that Euro is really, I love Euro. I love his voice. I love his talking points even. And his whole cadence and his whole mannerisms are just very Jewish, I find. And he's just really, I love listening to him. So thank you for playing that show.
Makes me so sick.
Thank you for playing that. I really enjoyed that. I was actually listening to him when I got kicked out of that room earlier today. So I was curious about the rest of his presentation. And, he left out something in his presentation. I hope you all appreciate this. But when we pulled out our Jews from Gaza in 2005, not only did they destroy everything that we left behind, but they also used the water systems to make rockets out of them. Can you believe that? That's how destructive these people are and how hell-bent they are on killing Jews.
Yeah, and they destroyed the greenhouses.
Yes. And the computers, too. Hillary Clinton was on with Jon Stewart talking about this phenomenon. We left them a lot of computers, and we did not bug them with Israeli intelligence artifacts, because I know you'll all be very fast to say that and make that accusation against us Jews. But they destroyed all the computers. They could have had internet and Wi-Fi and all this great stuff, and instead they're living in the Stone Ages.
Just the most thing they keep talking about is the greenhouses. The greenhouses.
What greenhouses?
The greenhouse is a piece of plastic and 3 pipes standing up.
What greenhouses?
Edward, they keep talking about bringing up that point in the Zionist room, the greenhouse. They left the greenhouse in 2005.
Well, did you save that article, Amir, or did I tell you to save it? I don't remember.
I gotta check my bookmark. I usually bookmark it.
And they made the desert plume with the drip irrigation.
Oh, that's all bullshit.
Really? Are you sure, Edward?
I'm sure, because you know why? Because there's still a desert there.
There's proof. They invented drip irrigation, and they made the desert plume, and they came to a land with no people and was all desolate.
Excuse me.
There were at least, listen, Jindif, there were at least 3 people there.
I'm a Jew. It was the land. What the fuck was it?
You can't even say it. You're such a bad Jew.
Land for a people, for people
without a land. Yes, thank you. We had to get that on the record. We're being recorded here. We need to get these things correct.
With drip irrigation, and they left the greenhouses in Gaza.
No, I will give them credit. They have done a lot with water conservation.
Shut the fuck up.
But they have.
They have.
What water conservation? What did they do? Do you mean they
in Israel? They have water conservation technology.
They sucked the life out of the
West Bank.
Siberia, and what's the lake above that? The whole thing.
Still hating on Jews.
You're talking about the aquifer underground that is draining water out of the Jordan River.
Jordan River.
That water was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
What happened to Jindib?
Took a phone call.
Oh, he did?
Israeli
We're not
intelligence is calling him.
I need Sterling.
No. No, the making the desert bloom was one of the biggest ridiculous lies that they could have told. They made that up back in the 50s and 60s, and when dignitaries used to come and visit, they used to go and take flowers from the flower shops and put them in there temporarily. And then they had one I forgot who it was. I got to look it up. An American congressman or somebody, and he came back and he was like, "I can't believe it. They're miracle workers. They made the desert bloom." And what they were doing is they hired children to put all these flower beds in the desert and in the desert. And then once he left, they took all the flowers, and put them back in the flower shops to be sold.
So it was the settlers that destroyed that the greenhouse.
Yes,
And,
on their way out.
If they destroyed it, then what the hell are they crying about? Left the greenhouse? What the fuck are they talking about? Such idiots.
They're liars. And the thing is, Israel, the government, took advantage of this guy. Where did he? Somebody said where he's from, but somewhere in Europe. That purchased those greenhouses for Palestinians for $14 million and set up a plan with Israel so that Palestinians could sell the whatever's grown in these greenhouses to external markets to export them. And these are massive greenhouses, massive commercial greenhouses. Each crop would have probably yielded millions of dollars. Massive. And instead, Israel blocked them, so they all rotted out. And on top of that, Palestinians had to pay to get them fixed to begin with, after paying for them. It's crazy.
So I do have one question for Shape. Shape, could you back channel me who asked you about something that was played in the space? Shape?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Anyways, we got Matthew here. Matthew he's a proper evangelical, right, Matthew?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you support Israel?
Yeah, I have for most of my life. Recently, I don't know enough about really what's going on over there. But it's the first time in my life where I've even considered that.
There's a genocide that's going on. There's a genocide that's going on in Gaza.
Yeah, it would seem that way, but
everybody come out that says a genocide, including the Israeli organizations came out and said genocide. I know, because of your religious belief system, we support Israel, but at the same time, we gotta call it out, call it spade a spade.
I don't see how this ends peacefully.
But if you keep supporting it, it ain't gonna go anywhere. My job is to, if you have any arguments or discussions about this, is I could provide you evidence and you can go with it. Would you think Hamas is a terrorist entity?
Oh, it is, yes.
But what do we do about getting funding from Netanyahu to Hamas? Netanyahu funded Hamas.
So I don't understand enough about Judaism because I've tried to make sense of this. Is there like a sect or a version of Judaism?
They have different sects, but I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm talking about Israel.
Okay, yes, the political state of Israel.
I was talking about Hamas. I wasn't talking about anything else. You said Hamas is a terrorist entity. I provided you a Times of Israel article. Now Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS members. And Netanyahu, more than twice, he said there's no Palestinian statehood. Even prior to 7th of October, in front of the U.S. Security Council, no Palestinian statehood. So Israel never wanted the two-state solution from the jump. I mean, if I'm in America, I'm sure you're in America or Canada, right, Matthew?
Canada.
If you fund a terrorist entity, it basically makes you a terrorist. So where do we go from here? I mean, he funded Hamas, in spite of Shin Bet, which is intelligence officials inside Israel, told him not to fund Hamas because that's you're giving when you fund Hamas, you're giving them money to build tunnels and military equipment or whatever, like guns and weaponry, whatever. So where do we go from here?
Didn't know, like 30 Arab states recently all vote unanimously that Hamas should lay down their arms and stop fighting.
No, I'm asking you about Hamas, but you keep on deflecting and derailing the topic. Can we stick to one topic?
What is the premise of the, like, is this a pro?
Actually,
Matthew, we're trying to stick to one point at a time, but you're all over the place. I'm not talking about Arabs or whatever, I'm talking about Hamas. So was Hamas a terrorist before 7th of October or after?
Oh, yeah.
But Matthew, even anything, you realize that what the Arab state did was reaffirm Hamas's own position. So you should probably look into that, Matthew.
Yeah.
So Matthew, to Amir's point, right? Israel conducted an operation that they were very proud of. They planted bombs inside pagers that blew up in grocery stores, on buses, just wherever members of Hezbollah were all across Lebanese society. This basically inflicted terror on an entire nation. We call that terrorism, no, Matthew?
Yeah, that's horrible.
That's a heroic act. That's a very big heroic act on the part of Netanyahu. And remember, every time he meets a dignitary, he gifts him a golden pager.
Yes, thank you, Jadip. I was going to say that. You beat me to it.
So Hamas are terrorists, and it appears that Israel is also using terrorist tactics.
Oh, no, that's self-defense.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, so we have a little bit more leeway with our tactics against them.
True.
Hezbollah. I like the way he says his name, Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
But Matthew, to go back to your point, so if they were terrorists, would you say Netanyahu is a terrorist because he funded Hamas?
Yeah, yes, I would have to say that.
He's a terrorist, okay. So moving on from terrorism to now, what do we do that he's giving weapons to ISIS? What do we do about that? That's stealing the aid for more than a year and a half, and selling it in black market for 5 times the price. And he kept on blaming Hamas. U.S. aid company came out and they said Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. So would you put the blame on Israel and Netanyahu that his whole government is full of criminals and they're allowing this and they're to do collective punishment on Palestinians? Do you believe in collective punishment, Matthew?
No.
I mean, you sound like a sane person, right? You coming from a Christian background. We can have a conversation with you, right? But good thing you're not living in denial. That's good.
What do we do about the IDF soldiers that post videos on how to blow up mosques?
Yeah, that's another thing as well. I mean, I don't know. But Matthew, do you look at Catholics as the Christians?
Yeah, I do, yes.
So what do we do about the church, the last church that was attacked inside Gaza? They killed the old lady. She was praying, and she killed a few more people in there. And what was so special about that church was there's a guy in there that actually used to talk to late Pope every night while Pope was at the hospital. I know you don't believe in Pope, right? I know you don't believe in Pope, right?
No, I have a complex background. Most of my family are used to be Catholic, my parents' generation. So.
Okay. So you would say that you have some sort of respect for the Pope, right? I mean, because you come from a Catholic background.
Yes, until the second last Pope. Anyways. But yeah, typically,
Yeah, I mean, so is it okay for them to attack churches and mosques, holy places in Gaza, flatten them? They did that in Lebanon as well.
yeah, it's never acceptable.
Hospitals too. Hospitals, schools.
Hospitals.
How did I not know any of this? Like I just
You gotta keep coming to this space, man. You learn. We stay up to date on
I
a lot
could
of
tell
facts.
you.
We have past.
I could tell you, we work very hard with Israeli intelligence and American news to suppress the information that's coming out of this room. That's why we have agents in the audience recording, so that we can see what what these types of people are doing. So Matthew, don't despair. You sound like you want to be a good American, and please don't let the people in this room influence you. Good Americans support Israel.
This is the Zionist narrative, by the way. Yeah, this is a. So we allow everybody on the stage. We got Honest Jew. He's actually a Zionist. So he comes off the mic every now and then. He speaks from his own narrative. So that way we get to go back and forth with it. So Matthew, the Zionist narrative is that we're not committing genocide. We're not killing people. We're not. Literally, even Biden said that they're doing indiscriminate bombing.
that's disgusting.
So if the end, the report recently came out. It's only 8,900 Hamas soldiers. The rest of them are civilians. 83 to 1 suspected Hamas.
There's a religious element that I don't understand because it doesn't rationally make sense. Netanyahu's actions would lead to some kind of outcome that basically, if you know you're in trouble, let's say a bear is chasing you. Anyway, I'm not gonna make any sense, but yeah, I don't understand his reasoning. Like, what's his end game? There must be a religious component.
Yeah, there's the religious, but the thing is, that's only 1/3 of the population are religious, but all the other ones they're like either secular, atheists, homosexuals. There's a lot of this crazy shit that's going on inside Israel, and some of them are not really even practicing Jews. So it's not about the religious. What it is if he stops all of this, right? If he brings peace to it. Then what it will do is it will get them to two-state, and it might turn into self-destruct. So there's people that I've heard on Twitter Space and on here. Even I actually came to this conclusion. Let's say he stops stealing land from people, right? Because in the West Bank and Gaza, they're stealing land, and Syria, Lebanon, Yemen. They're trying to do everything they can, for the Greater Israel Project, whatever the bullshit they have. Now, if they stop all of these wars and they stop stealing land from people, what it will do is and there'll be no more threats coming from outside of from Iran or from Gaza, from the West Bank, from any of these places. They will start fighting each other. And I'll give you one example. So there's from the Shah Party. There's a Shah Party inside Israel. He literally came out on TV. He said, "I'm gonna blow up the coalition if you don't accept my my people from my Haredi community." And then he came back the next day. He had to walk back on his statement because that's basically threatening a fucking government inside Israel. So this is the type of mentality. So a lot of the crazy psychopaths that are in government, they're running with it. Ben Gavir literally wants to annihilate every single soul, right? Smotrich said, "We don't give two fucks about the hostages. We're going to carry on." And it was never about the hostages. Yes, 2 days ago, security officials came out from Israel. They're saying that if there was a perfect deal on the table, if Israel would have accepted it, we would have had the hostages back home. But it's Netanyahu. And the other issue is if Netanyahu stops the war, he'll get locked up in jail because he has committed so many crimes. But I don't know, man. That's what it is. Welcome, Ali.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Matthew. Nice to meet you. I have a question for you. You mentioned that all your life you have supported Israel. And then also before you joined the room or coming on the stage, I think people were talking about the role of American evangelical movement in U.S., particularly in the last 2 decades, probably before that, in support of Israel. So could you tell me, and you don't have to if you don't want to, can you tell me, what is the underpinning or your reason or your logic for supporting Israel in this conflict?
Well, I would have learned it in Sunday school, but these 2 points, that the Jew or the Hebrews, the Jews, I'm not sure if they're one and the same, but are the chosen people of God. That's one, and then the second one is there's a line in the Bible saying, "I will bless those that bless thee, and curse those that curse thee," in reference to Israel. Yeah, that's just that made sense to me somehow.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the third reason, perhaps, and it's really probably in my way of thinking, is fundamental for the reason for supporting Israel. It's really a theological, belief. Many, actually, numbers I'm not quite sure, probably 80% or more, that they believe that the return of the Jewish people to Israel, to Palestine, to the Holy Land, and the reason for the modern, this state of Israel, is a fulfillment of biblical prophecies, which they see, they being American evangelical groups, as a condition, requirement, prerequisite for the second coming of Jesus. So I think this is probably central, or the main idea of the movement, which is, interestingly enough, is called Christian Zionism. So basically the idea is that the Jewish people, they have to possess, or have the state of Israel for Christ to return and establish, the kingdom. The return of the Messiah coming back, of establishing His kingdom on the earth. That's the way they say it. So that's kind of interesting. I thought you may want to think about this concept as well too, because this is the fundamental concept, the way I hear it. And there are other reasons, the other 2 reasons that you mentioned. So it's an interesting kind of ideology. Anyway, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Matthew, now the way we look at it with the genocide and whatnot, I mean, there's a lot of scholars, organizations that come out and they said it's a genocide. There's a case that's going on in ICJ, International Court of Justice, saying that it's a genocide. ICC, International Criminal Court, has arrest warrant out for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant and some Hamas leaders. But the Hamas leaders, they were assassinated. There's no more Hamas there. You see what I'm saying? But ICC and a lot of these soldiers, what they've been doing is they've been not only killing people, what they'll do is they'll go into a building, right? They would first go in there, steal their money, steal their food, steal diapers and everything. And the guys, they would actually go into women's closet, put on like women's underwear, bra, record themselves, put it up on TikTok or on Israeli dating website. And the community inside Israel, like the women or whatever, they get impressed, and then they get to go out on date. That, oh, you did this to the enemy, And we have a whole bunch of reports that are where the Jewish supremacy is being taught. That's another problem as well. It's just like you said, God chosen people, right? But how could you support a state that was freshly created in 1948? This state was not created divinely. You see what I'm saying, Matthew? If it was created divinely, it would have been a different discussion or argument we would be having. But since it was created by forcing Palestinians out of their own homes and land or whatever, they started ethnically cleansing in 47. The war happened in 48. It turned into a full-blown war in 1948. According to the UN, Ilan Pape, and the Benny Morris, these are Jewish historians, and the UN, it was a UN partition plan, 47. So what do you think about that? What do you think about, looking at these people, the God-chosen people, when they're committing, a whole bunch of atrocities and crimes against humanity.
Well, I'm not going to stand and feel like that you made me. I'm not taking a position. But
I'll put the article in the chat. Sure. I'll put this is a fresh piece that was written by Omar Barthol. He's an Israeli Jewish genocide studies scholar. His studies were accepted at Nuremberg's trial. You know Nuremberg's trial related to the Nazis and whatever?
Yes.
And he's got more than 20, 30 years of experience in what is a genocide, what is not a genocide. And he goes into the intent part. The intent is the one of the hardest part to prove. You see what I'm saying? And it's from New York Times. He wrote it a pretty good opinion piece on the New York Times that says it's a genocide. And there's a lot of other people, scholars came out that it's a genocide, but I picked this particular one because I look at his studies were accepted at Nuremberg's trial, and he's very experienced. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And he's Israeli Jewish, which means that there won't be any biases, right? He supports State of Israel, and he's not basing it off being biased. Because other scholars, they might have some biases, right? They're pro-Pali, whatever, but he's not basing up that. So let me put a link in the chat. So I'm going to open up a paywall on that article, and I like you to read it and follow the house and keep coming into the room. Just join the house and then come in tomorrow. It's open every day. The room's open every day. And maybe you could tell me tomorrow and, what you think about that article.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry. I just want to put one thing out there. When Israel the state known as Israel was created, it was created by people who said that they were ethnically Jewish, but they didn't even believe in God. They were atheists. So, this is just something to think about, but, do you think God is going to really, be in support of a nation that was created that rejected him in its creation? You know what I mean? And it talks about things like that in the Bible as well. But, it's just something to think about. It's like, I don't understand, my family's Christian. I don't really understand why this is like a Christian issue. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say this early. I'll give you the mic, brother. So, Matthew, put the link in the chat. This is I removed the paywall. Anybody in this room or up here or with the normal with the anonymous account or any of these other Zionists with anonymous accounts or non-Zionists, please, save the link. I removed the paywall. This is a very beautiful opinion piece that was freshly written in New York Times. New York Times is owned by a Jewish person as well, so for a Jewish family. And I want you guys to read up on it, and he even came on Omar Mahdi Hassan show, said it's a genocide what's happening in Gaza. And that's where I'm going to land with. And just save it, Matthew. I don't want you to read it right now. You can read it whenever you have time. And when you come in tomorrow or day after tomorrow, see if you can give me an opinion. What do you think about that? Go.
Yeah, Beatrix, you asked the question. You are surprised. You don't understand why the American evangelical movement is, I think about 80 or 85% of them support Israel in this specific conflict. So Matthew gave you two reasons. I gave you one predominant reason for it, and why actually this is the case. This has not always been the case, actually. This is kind of a recent, I would probably say, I don't know for sure, but I can tell you minimum 2 decades and perhaps maybe 30 decades, that this movement, the movement being the substantial support of Israel by American evangelical Christian organizations, those are the reasons for it, and I think that's probably for me sufficient to understand their mentality.
Amir, did you put the link in the chat room or did you delete it?
No, it's in the chat. It's in the chat. I don't delete. I never delete it. Maybe G, you're not able to see it. You might have to leave and come back. Sometimes it has a glitch.
You're
leave
right.
the room. Leave the room and then come right back, and then you'll be able to see the link. It's in the chat. This whole link with archive.ph and New York Times. Just copy and paste. I removed the paywall.
You're right. Thank you.
So that's where we're at. But I just can't believe, Matthew, you didn't read up on it or anything. So you've been off this app for 3 years?
Yeah, but I really haven't used it for years, and I just.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you were on here after like I guess during COVID or something, right?
Yeah, around then. That sounded about right.
And then you're like, I don't need to use it anymore. I'm gonna be busy with work, and that's it, right?
Oh, I got busy with life, and I didn't really get like super into it. One of my best friends who lives in the States now, he met his wife on this app actually.
Oh, nice. So they're still married?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's good, man.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Hey guys, hala alim.
Hello. So
I'm
Matthew, you said-
Mujambib.
hang on, Leila. Hang on. So you said your friend got married to this app, whatever. That's interesting. So you left this app, and you weren't really invested into it, right?
No, not at the time.
Okay. Are you gonna come back?
Yeah, this is an interesting group. I'd like to learn more.
Sure. Well, keep coming back, and maybe I can educate you more, or you could educate me on different topics, whatever, and I'll provide you data and sources, And there's even Zionist spaces. If you want to go look at their position, you're welcome to do so. But if you don't agree with them, they'll treat you like shit.
Good to know.
Because it has happened to Shape. We have Shape here. He's a shapeshifter, so now they're targeting him. They targeted him a bunch of times. He was on the Israeli side, and then pro-Pali, and then back and forth, and then now I think he became pro-Pali. Yep. So, I mean, even in relation to Lebanon or whatever, and the ceasefire, it's only one side, That's where it's causing the ceasefire not to happen, is from the Israeli side. And even during the ceasefire, like Hamas had ceasefire, this happened about, 3-4 months ago, that the ceasefire, and in spite of having the ceasefire, they actually killed, first day they killed a 15-year-old boy, and for some reason, Israel is famous, for killing, saying a whole bunch of genocidal shit, and actually believing in it and doing it to the people of Palestine. They even killed a Palestinian American in the West Bank recently. They beat up. So the settlers are so violent in the West Bank. They beat up a Palestinian American. He was chilling on his property. They came onto his property, and they started chopping some of his trees or whatever. They set up a tent, and he kind of resisted, and they beat him to death. The medics couldn't even get there on time. Even and actually he was gone. And in the West Bank, the West Bank is a proper example of apartheid. They have two sets of laws for two groups of people: the Israeli settlers versus the Palestinians. And literally a whole bunch of organizations have come out and they said it's freaking apartheid. So if a settler attacks a Palestinian in the West Bank, they can't call their Palestinian authority, right? because they would not want to deal with the settler. And then when you call the IDF would come in and arrest Palestinian and protect the Israeli settler that's committing crime against you. This is the disgusting thing that goes on in the in the West Bank.
Beat the shit out of them, then arrest them. I think this is the way it generally goes.
Yeah, that's and it's been going on for over 50 years because it's under occupation, apartheid system, and this is the big problem with this, and they have to keep on constantly fighting. As soon as they stop fighting, if there's some sort of peace, it means that they're gonna start fighting each other inside Israel. So they need a third person to attack, which is Palestinians, Lebanon, Iran, Syria, a whole bunch of places, and they've been stealing the land. That's another problem.
They stole $1 million shekels the other day from Ramallah.
Oh yeah,
Area A, by the way, where Norm says it's under the control of the PA. The IDF went into those I don't know what you call them, like check for money exchange, check cashing places, and they took the money out of the safe and just robbed the place and left.
I don't know if Matthew has seen this either. Them spitting at Christians. But that, I can't even imagine it. Whenever I go to the store and I see a nun, I say, "Hi, sister, how are you doing?" I can't imagine. And again, I'm not Catholic, I'm not Christian, but you can't even have like a basic respect for these people. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I did see those recently on Instagram or something. I saw a couple of clips like that. It was disgusting.
Matthew, may I ask you a question? I'm Palestinian. I wanted to ask you, and this is something that I thought of not too long ago, actually, because someone else brought it up, or partially brought it up. Bethlehem is very important to Christians, and why aren't Christians helping to take care of Bethlehem, to make sure it's it is the holy sites are preserved and the town itself is protected, because right now it's it's got walls around it. It's got a gate to get in from. The Israelis put up a gate to segregate it, and harass people all the time, and have even shot and damaged the Church of the Nativity. About 20 years ago, 24 years ago. So I just feel like if we Palestinians are defending, Christians' holiest sites, and most of us are not Christian. Most of us are Muslim. I think it's just not fair for Christians to sit back and not just not participate, not speak out, but also speak against those that are protecting your holy sites. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And for the record, I just think that most Americans are probably ignorant of what's going on, because how they form their opinions is based on, at least for the boomers, mainstream media, because they're good, moral people, like any country. They're people that just want to get on with their lives, and I think if they saw what was going on, they'd be firmly against the actions that were being. They might dig a little bit deeper, who knows, but at least it would not be tacitly supporting it through their government funding.
That makes sense. It's a good answer. Thank you. I want to get awareness out there for for Christians to step up and help instead of point fingers, and just help because it's Christian sites, so they have skin in the game too.
Beatrice, in terms of what you mentioned, I've seen some clips or a clip that in Israel, some Jewish people, probably some radical rabbis or practitioners, were spitting on either were a couple nuns or just regular Christians. The thing that I saw, and again, this is just completely one thing that I can't speak with any level of authority to this, that I think I remember that the Christians were kind of had a Bible, and they were proselytizing actually pretty strongly against a Jewish crowd. Predominantly, they were young Jewish people, kind of more of the Orthodox, serious Jewish young people. So that's where the conflict, I think, came about. I'm not suggesting this on anyone. It's just people expressing their opinions about any kind of ideology. That's not a good thing. But the whole incident was provoked by Christian proselytizing. And then when people do this, there are consequences that may not be supported by law, but people do, stupid things. So that is a case I remember, but maybe this was just one time. Maybe this happened all the time. I have no idea. So there's a reason, when things happen, when two groups of people come in conflict, and they get in front of each other's face very closely, shouting, yelling, who's right and who's wrong, then things happen.
But I think Canada is, probably majority pro-Pali. I think.
So, I'm sorry, I could not hear you, but I heard my name.
No, I said Canada is probably majority pro-Pali. Do you guys think? They're pro-Pali, meaning that they're pro-Palestinians.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it. I thought you were saying Pope. Pro, okay.
No, pro, yeah.
Yeah, well, is Israel Canada's greatest ally? Let's start there. Let's walk it back.
Oh, they're investigating all these baby killers, IDF soldiers that are coming in that have committed against humanity. Created crimes against humanity. They're they're making them fill out a whole bunch of paperwork or whatever. I'm a Canadian and American, right? I do not want any motherfucking baby killers in Canada or in America. But the problem is, America wants to look the other way. We have some Americans, they're served in the IDF. How the hell are you going to allow them back into America? They probably killed babies and whatnot over there.
So let me, please go ahead. Somebody wanted to say something. Go ahead. Okay. So let me ask you this question. I don't have a definitive answer to this, but I am thinking this way. You've got an IDF soldier who is commanded to join the military, mandatory. You have to join. You have to follow orders. Even though some of the actions the soldier takes during the war, they regret this. They even killing, individuals, particularly when killing men, women and children, because they are in the war. So they're being asked, this is their duty. They're not supposed to be questioning the authority. And I'm not suggesting this is good or bad. I'm just trying to present predicament of a soldier which is required to do his duty. and follow the orders of the superior or the commander, and in turn the commander follows the political, kind of direction of the politician to carry out the war. Now, a soldier like this, when the war ends and takes his family to go to Europe or Canada to visit another country, then he's going to be arrested and questioned because the baby killing, what have you. If everybody would apply this kind of way of thinking, then the American soldiers served in Vietnam, in Iraq, in recent wars, and they could be questioned, arrested, and put in jail for questioning their intention in killing people and babies. So I'm not quite sure if this is the right direction to take, to hold the individual soldiers accountable for the action that they've done, unless a soldier is known to be a psychopath, a sociopath, and have done tremendous horrific activities of killings, or cruel acts against really even what the army requires them to do or not to do. I see a reason for arresting. Apart from that, I really have a difficulty just because once you get the idea and generalize it throughout the globe, and all of the soldiers that have participated in various wars, then you've got a big problem. Comments are welcome.
No, I hear you, but Ali, right now we have access to everything on social media. Before we didn't have. I'm not saying you should, they should go after any idea. This is why America parted ways with ICC and ICJ, because they didn't want any of their soldiers getting prosecuted by the International Criminal Court. You see what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that these people that committed crimes, anybody, whether it's American, Canadian, Israeli, whatever, they should be brought to justice. But we have so much data that literally we're seeing live genocide happening, and that we don't have anybody doing anything. We have government officials complicit. We have a whole bunch of pedos in the Congress that are involved, right? And people are just doing lip service all over the world, including Western countries, including Middle Eastern countries, GCC countries, or and we need some sort of and that Hind Rajah Foundation, they're doing a pretty good job. That little girl, when they shot about 355 bullets into her body, into the car that she was sitting in, and they killed her. They killed the medics as well, and then they denied the IDF inside Gaza. No, we didn't kill them. We didn't do that. The third party came out, did the investigation, and they're like, yeah, IDF did kill it with satellite imaging, whatever. And they opened up a Hind Rajah Foundation. I think it's out of Belgium or something. And they've been collecting a whole bunch of documents and stuff and relate to all of these soldiers that have committed crime. And I think they should be brought to justice. Everybody should do it. Anybody that was involved in whatever war, they should collect data, send it out to the ICC, and let the ICC deal with this case. And America is going to be next. They relate to what they've done in Iraq and a whole bunch of other places, Afghanistan, Libya, and whatnot. And the ICJ case, what it did, it opened up can of worms for all of these Western countries that have been involved in genocides for years and years. And which is a good thing. I think we're moving in the right direction where we're going to clean up all of these people in the government. And in America, I just don't get it. I want one person, one vote. I don't know why do we have to go with the electoral college vote or bullshit, Those are corruption.
That's a damn shame.
I think I need to look back during the Nuremberg trial. It seems to me, again, that was a long time ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, I would say. Maybe, I forgot. The war ended in 1945, and I think the trial started pretty quickly after that. So roughly 75 years or something. So my recollection, what I remember, basically people who were prosecuted were the political leaders, the lead military individuals, and also people who were actually running the concentration camps, and people like them which they were leading actually the entire movement, and particularly as it relates to the war itself in general, and specifically as it relates to the Holocaust. I can't remember if, for example, if a soldier that actually was on some duties in any of the concentration camps, and they were asked to do certain things. I am not sure if any of those individual soldiers were actually brought to the trial or not. Maybe they should have. So the Nuremberg trial actually set the kind of the base for looking into these types of matters in terms of bringing to justice war crimes. But in general, it's just really the leaders, political leaders, as well as the military leaders that are brought to the trial and justice and due process and eventually convicted. And so, do you remember, I mean, if any actually ordinary soldiers that they were put on trial for this? I don't know. I need to probably look into it. But again, we have progressed, since then. We could be a lot more precise now with all of the technology available to see the soldiers in action and what they do, and so to have much better information. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I don't remember.
I mean, some of the soldiers were prosecuted, like members of the SS and Gestapo and the Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads were prosecuted as criminal organizations, right? I mean, some were so. Ali, with this whole case of the ICJ and ICC, some of them are going to get away with it. But it's going to set a precedent, for moving forward in the future. Hopefully we won't have any more of these genocidal shit that goes on, especially these Western nations that promote the genocidal wars. They only care about their own selfishness, whatever. At one point, they're going to have to shut this shit down, shut down this business of genociding people in African countries or other countries just for resources. They're going to have to do something about that, because this right here is a very good example of what's happening in Palestine, Israel. The genocide that's going on, and I think when the time comes, it's going to take years and years for this investigation to be over. When this genocide is over at the ICJ, and I wonder how long will it take America to recognize this genocide that America was actually responsible for. American officials lied in front of Congress just to keep giving them weapons, like Anthony Blinken. There's a case going on in the court as well against them. There's a lot of freaking lies that they did, relate to this genocide. They could have stopped it. And in the future, at one point, they're going to have to stop with the bullshit. Recently, they just blocked Mahmoud Abbas from coming into America, to UN. And his leaders and his people, member from this party, almost close to 80 people. They put sanctions on them. Right? America is trying to be bully. How do you deal with the bully? I think you do it by exposing them, and they're getting exposed every day. I mean, look at that pedophile Ali in Vegas. He was able to leave out of the 8 pedophiles that they arrested. Right? They were running a pedophilia ring, and it turns out the state attorney, she was an Israeli Jew. She let him out on $10,000 bill. In America, usually the bill, you pay 10% of it, and they let you out. Through the bail bond guy or whatever. And he was out, and he was able to leave back to Israel. How do you allow a fucking pedophile back on the streets of Vegas and then back into, and he's from Israel. He works under Netanyahu. So we definitely need to clean up this mess, this whole officials, there's a whole bunch of pedos in there, the government. This is why Epstein files not coming out. So, that's where I'm going to land. Anyways, anybody else want to speak? All right. So,
Amir,
Yes, Turkey.
Do you think Israel has something to do with Khashoggi?
Khashoggi?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Oh, actually, not directly, but indirectly. I'll give you a small example. I actually watched a documentary of this, right? So Jeff Bezos was gonna open up. He was gonna build a $1 billion. It was a $1 or $2 billion contract. He was gonna build a gated community in Saudi Arabia. Thanks to what happened to Khashoggi, you know how they chopped him into tiny pieces, and Saudi Arabia kept on denying. You know, we didn't kill him. We didn't kill him. You know, apparently his fiance was waiting out of Saudi embassy in Turkey, and she waited for him 6 hours, and he didn't come out. And the reports are saying that he was strapped to the chair, and they chopped him into tiny pieces while King Salman was watching it on TV inside the embassy. And prior to what they did, Turkish actually they planted a whole bunch of microphones or whatever inside their vent system. They wanted to know what the hell they're doing, you know. And everything was recorded. CIA came out that it was actually MBS that did it. So what MBS did, Jeff Bezos came out after what you call it, after they found out that Saudi Arabia did chop him into tiny pieces. He was only there to renew his passport. So Jeff Bezos canceled the contract with the Saudi Arabia. He said, "I'm not going to invest $1 billion, $2 billion." So what they did, they used Israeli technology called Pegasus to hack into Jeff Bezos' phone, got hold of a whole bunch of nude photos, and they released it out to the media. That was like a revenge. That's what MBS did from Saudi Arabia. And so Israel was actually directly involved with this.
So I have a software that can combat against Pegasus.
It's called Pegasus.
Yeah, I have a software that can combat Pegasus.
The software that can what? Depeg?
I said that can take out Pegasus.
It can take it out.
Yeah.
What? Turning off your phone?
You want to test the theory?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to connect the dots between killing the journalist in the embassy. This must have been 15 years ago, maybe more.
Yep.
And everything that you said is pretty much correct. And the part that Israelis and Jeff Bezos, he wanted to invest $1 billion, $2 billion in Saudi Arabia, and he said, "I'm not going to do it." And then the Israelis, they blackmailed him. Well, actually, the pictures came out first. No, I think they blackmailed him.
Yes. So what they did, I think they sent out a message or something on WhatsApp, and I guess he opened it, and everything was leaked out to MBS. I think. I don't know.
Right. Okay. So I still have a hard time seeing the connection. Maybe this could have been completely two mutually exclusive things. The killing of the journalists and the involvement of Saudis in it, and the situation with Jeff Bezos and the potential investment in Saudi Arabia. I don't see the connection, but maybe there is one.
So Saudi Arabia invested money under the table. There's actually a pipeline, Ali. Let me see if I can find the report. There's a pipeline that goes from Saudi Arabia and a whole bunch of other countries. That they sold a little bit of oil to Israel, by the way. The back roads of Saudi Arabia being used to deliver aid or whatever to Israel. So they're making deals under the table right now. But they don't make the deal over the table. That's why they wanted to normalize, so they can tell the world, "Oh, we're doing business with Israel." But a lot of the countries, they make deals under the table, and Saudi Arabia is one of them. Pegasus. I was just saying they bought Pegasus technology from Israel just so they can, take revenge on Jeff Bezos. So Israel, I don't think they were like directly involved, right? It was just out of revenge. And Saudi Arabia has done it not only to Khashoggi, they did it to. There's other people that live in I think Canada. That the YouTuber, there's another YouTuber in America. I think he's very famous and he makes videos criticizing Saudi officials. And I think he has a connection to Saudi Arabia. Maybe his family, or he was from Saudi Arabia at one point and he became American. And if he goes to Saudi Arabia, he's going to get chopped into tiny pieces as well.
So I hope he sticks in America because he makes a show.
What did you say, Chucky?
I said I hope he stays in America. Otherwise, he's going to be shocking.
One other thing down here, it's, you were talking about, and I've heard this, I read this in AP about a couple of days ago, Associated Press, that the American government denied or did not give visa to Abbas and some of his colleagues and co-workers actually coming to the United Nations, to New York. And I'm not quite sure, making a case or something. So they were not given the visa to come to the United States. Now, legally, my understanding is a government giving visa, a tourist visa, diplomatic visa, work visa, the rest of it, it's government's prerogative to grant the visa or not. Obtaining a visa is not a right. It's a privilege to get the visa. And I'm not saying this was good or bad. The analogy would be, let's say a whole bunch of Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran, wanted to go to University of Tehran and making a great case against the Islamic Republic of Iran. It seems to me, and I don't know for sure, that they would not have been allowed, particularly if they were Christian and Jews, they would have not been given the visa to go there to make their case. I believe pretty much completely in freedom of the speech, the First Amendment of the United States, of the Constitution. So, but the point is, other countries, they've done it too. And I'm not supporting this, but I'm just saying, just legally, it's just, the government has the prerogative to issue visa or not. And by the way, they did not deny the visas for the ambassador and other key people, actually, who were actually United Nations, the state, and they did not deport anyone or send anyone back. This is a new group of people led by Abbas one to come and participate in the discussion, and they were not allowed to come. So it seems to me somehow we set the expectation for the American government. I put this current presidency aside, I almost consider this, unfortunately, an aberration in the U.S. politics to a great extent. But our expectation from the United States to behave in certain ways, but we don't have the similar expectation from other countries. And you were suggesting that what is this, democracy? Why is not, one vote, for one person and having this electoral college kind of a system? That's the way the system is set up for really good reasons. Is a constitutional democracy / republic, and that's the way it operates. So it seems to me at times, and I'm not suggesting you are, that this, how can I say, this attitude, a very negative attitude toward the United States and some of their actions, and which is not, people, when they say this, they don't look back behind them to see how other countries actually behaving. So it's just the expectation from the United States is just set so high. and at times the principle that this country is founded on, and in this case I'm talking about the Constitution, when it comes to the execution of those principles, it falls short. And this is actually the case for everything. Every ideology has a principle. When it gets executed, the execution of the principle, there's always a gap between the pure intention of the principle and the execution of it. So again, I probably diverged just a little bit, but I was just asking, we were almost expecting the United States to allow Abba come in, and I think they should have, come in, allowed to come in, but it just is not a right, it's a privilege.
So Mahmoud Abbas, so the main reason why they're not allowing him is because these other countries are about to recognize Palestine as a state. And I don't know if you read the letter. I actually seen the letter. This was about, I think, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The letter talks about you can't do anything to turn it into two state, in spite of these three countries they're recognizing as a state, and that's the main problem. And if they allow it, do you know that they actually even threatened Canada that we're going to have tariff wars if you recognize Palestine as a state? Why is that? And I believe, I don't know if you watched the what is he called? A former Israeli intelligence official. He came out. He said during the 12-day war with Iran, they actually, he said, Netanyahu, Israel sent out a card, a birthday card or something, that was sort of like a threat to Donald Trump that do this, otherwise we'll expose you. And that's why he came out and he did the fake attack. I mean, according to intelligence report, there wasn't much damage that was done to Iran, uranium places, and so in relate to, Canada and other countries as well, like France, literally Netanyahu came out, he said, if you recognize Palestine as a state, you're awarding them, for what they did on 7th of October. So America and Israel, Israel literally has Trump by the balls, and this is the main reason why they're not going to allow Mahmoud Abbas, and this is the main reason why they kept funding Hamas, to keep the divide, so they keep on fighting each other. I don't know if you read the Times of Israel article. I did post it in the chat when I was talking to Matthew. I'll repost it, how Hamas blew up in their face, how they were funding Hamas. So, and Mahmoud Abbas actually works with Israel. They're in bed with Israel. They get their funding. The money gets on hold, and Israel tells Mahmoud Abbas to move right, he moves right. If they tell him to move left, he moves left. And this is the main reason why a lot of Palestinians in the West Bank, they hate Mahmoud Abbas. So, that's where I'm going to land with. So, this is where I'm coming from. And what I heard from Edward, he was in here, he said, since UN is like an international body, all the countries agreed that you cannot ban members of the UN to attend the UN meeting. And America is pissed off because they're going to recognize Palestine as a state, which means Trump, they might release some files on Trump, and Trump is scared. And I'll put the testimony from a former Israeli intelligence official in the chat, and I like you guys to watch it. It's about 30 minutes, and he says everything about what's going on. And he's based out of Quebec, Canada. And Mossad even bombed this former Israeli intelligence official's house back in 2012 because he works with other spying agencies.
Yeah, let me just a couple of comments. This may be true, maybe not, but correlation does not imply causation. The reason I'm saying that, perhaps the Israelis may have a lot of stuff on Trump, and maybe there were something that they told him, if we don't do certain things, particularly the last 12-day war with Iran, we're going to release this or that. Maybe, but the point is that if you look at the American politics in the last 50 years or maybe more, American politician, American politics is unanimously has supported Israel. So it's not a new thing that Israelis have something on Trump, and now he's participated with Israel in the war against Iran. That was a huge step actually for the United States to take to actually directly by air, attacking Iran. That was big. But this is not new. I mean, in terms of the support of Americans towards Israel, almost in every action, take a look at the United Nations, what is it called, the declarations or certain things. The United States either has voted against whatever was going to be against Israel or abstained from voting. So there's nothing new in here. I mean, now there might be something, but then again, Russian claim the rumors are out there that Russia had something about Trump being in Russia and participating in some kind of sexual activity, some very descriptive sexual things, and people thought that Trump would be afraid or is afraid and is working with Putin. But if you look at Trump's action nowadays, it's not necessary. It doesn't appear to be supposed to be actually trying to force Putin to end the war with Ukraine. So there may be a truth into what you're saying, but again, I land here categorically kind of saying that America attacked Iran, air attack, is because Trump was afraid of Israelis may release some not so favorable kind of pictures or stories about Trump. That may be partially true, but it is, I don't think it was not justification. It was not the reason that Trump made the decision, at least not totally. By the way, I'm not a Trumpy. If I'm just talking about information, facts.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Ali, but I put the link in the chat. Now, this is when Epstein, he gave an interview a long time ago, and it was picked up by small medias. If you read up on some of the things he has said when he was buddy-buddy with Epstein, I removed the paywall for you guys so you guys can read up on it. And it has said very disgusting stuff in relate to how, Trump has told him that he likes to sleep with his best friend wives, and there's a whole bunch of other shit. And Trump even said a whole bunch of comments about his daughter, right? Which a lot of people would say that, he's a pedo. DOJ, Department of Justice, came out and said his name is on the file, like more than 40 times or 30 times. And there's a lot of other officials' names are on there. And if this file was to get released, we could part ways with Israel because it has a lot of shit in there. Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister, he actually went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. He's been to a lot of different places, different properties and whatnot. And the Epstein actually has done a lot of damage, And in recent case in Vegas, what happened, right? This is the type of power they have on this land, an American land. And this is why we need to, I actually love America. I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm not nationalist. I love the American people. They come in different shape, different whatever, right? Different race, different background. But at the same time, we have to call it spade a spade. But when we have a lot of facts and data, we got to call it out. And you mentioned something about electoral college vote. I believe in one person, one vote. Electoral college vote, I'm in California, my vote doesn't even count. If I were to go out and vote, it's not even going to be counted. What is the point of voting in California?
Yeah, I hear you. But I was trying to tell you that's the way the Constitution is written, and one has to go back and think about the political situation at the time, why actually this was the system. It was necessary for the states to actually sign in to ratification of the Constitution. And the situation has changed. I mean, having, for example, 2 senators from a state that has, I forgot which one, less than 1 million people, and the 2 senators in terms of the upper branch of the government, and having 2 senators from California, it seems to be completely not reasonable. In terms of purely representation, of the number of people. Just the way it is. And I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think there was a wisdom in doing this, just trying to establish the United States as a country and making sure that 13 original states would ratify it, and requiring only 9 states to sign into it, not the entire 13 states to become ratified, and it was. So yeah, maybe there's a better system, but I haven't found it.
Yeah, that's what it is. But we could always agree to disagree on certain things. I mean, everyone has a difference of opinion, and I mean, the Constitution can be changed, Ali. I mean, 50 or 60 years ago, women couldn't even vote. You see what I'm saying? And they have changed a whole bunch of stuff in the Constitution from 100 years ago. I mean, even the enslaving the black folks, that was not that too long ago, right? So,
yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Actually, when the Constitution was written, the first 10 amendments, which are called the Bill of Rights, there were not 10 of them. And Madison was very concerned that these 10 rights may come across that this is the only rights that people have. So he included Amendment number 9, I'm going to paraphrase, in making sure that this is not the entire rights that people have. It goes something to this effect. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not constitute or disparage others retained by people. What he's saying that there are other rights that people have, and the first 10 amendments are not the only ones. So it actually provided a bridge for the other amendments, and the requirements are, now we have 27, so 17 were added after the first 10 amendments. And one of the stringent requirements for it is it requires 2/3 majority of the Senate to actually ratify or confirm or have an amendment, which is a pretty big thing to do, given the composition of the two parties in the Senate. So yeah, it's changing, and of course the Constitution itself, as you well know, it gets interpreted by the Supreme Court in terms of the constitutionality of certain ideas and rights that people have. Yeah, it's in that sense is a dynamic kind of document, and so yeah, it could change that in a way. Actually, it makes sense that having probably the number of senators are the representation of the population of a state. Again, compare and contrast California with 44 million to other much smaller state with population less than 1 million people. So that would make sense.
All right, what's up, Amos? Welcome. Lie. Always.
Listen, we have to make agreement. Amir, to make agreement that every time you open a room, you send me the title in the.
I told you in the house. I send you the house on the Telegram. Just open the house.
I do it.
It's a permanent link for the house.
Yes, but then I have to go to the house and then to find the outhouse. You have 3 or 4 houses you have. That's a problem.
It's gonna take 3-4 hours to click on the house, Amos.
Amir, stop being Indian. Just coexist.
Just like India and
How are you
Pakistan.
doing,
Just like India and Pakistan coexistence.
Stop being Indian. Oh my
People
God.
in the room don't understand that one day they also will get old and senile like me today. They don't understand it. They think that we'll never get old. They think that the time will stop.
Listen,
At least you
Amos,
acknowledge. At least you acknowledge your critic.
I know you're old, but you're not senile yet. You're about to be senile.
Oh,
Not that bad, maybe, but start. Very.
I don't
very
think you're
fast.
senile,
Slowly
Amos.
but surely. Yeah.
About
Yes,
75
exactly.
senile,
Slowly
about
but
75 Alzheimer, 75 physically impaired.
If you didn't see me here for 3, 4, 5 days, like I don't see Amir, then you know that maybe I'm in the hospital. You can come and visit me.
Oh, I will. I'll bring you a sack of rice or something. Which hospital are you at?
Yes. I believe you that you will come. Really, yes. I mean, like you come yesterday night to my room. It's the same.
I come to your room, I knock on the door, then it's locked, and someone is barking inside, and I leave.
Lies,
Hey,
Palestinians,
Amos,
lies.
Amos, you are the only individual on the clubhouse. I've heard you a couple of times that I can actually imitate the way you talk. Amos, I'm just in the hospital. I need to get some soup. Yeah, my friend Amir can help me out. So I'm.
Were you really at the hospital?
I don't know. I don't think that was a good almost. I'm
I
sorry.
know. I tried.
Who's Eli Razavi? Tell me some first. Who are you, Eli Razavi?
I'm just an individual on the clubhouse.
That's not how Amos sounds.
Yeah, it needs a little more European, a little less on the.
Eli Razavi, where are you from? How old are you?
I'll tell you if you be patient. And this is all in good form here. I'm not trying to mock you.
Eli, you look as old as I am. How old are you, Eli?
Let me tell you this, categorically, and you should know this as a grown-ass man and participant in the clubhouse, that I categorically refrain to talk about anything about me personal at all, period. I'm interested in ideas and discussions. As you know, some of my ideas are fairly strong, particularly by the Islamic ideology and other ideology. So I do not want myself and my family to become a target just because I need to speak freely as I wish. So I do my best to, my name is the name you see, my picture is my picture, and that's it. And I'm not going to tell you anything more. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
I understand that, but
Okay,
you must understand me also. You don't only talk and don't listen. Now you talk for 2 minutes about how discreet you want to be and how much you don't want anyone to know where you're from, what you're doing, how old are you. So discreet, yes? But you must understand also my point of view is if you're so discreet, you have so many things to hide. Like, you know, maybe you are in difference if you're born in Israel or you're born in Egypt. Yes, I look at you in a different point of view. So I like to know who am I talking with, especially that it's the first time I hear your voice. You hear me a lot because I talk a lot, because I open rooms, because you can come and not go on the stage, just sit down there, maybe record me and just listen and listen and listen. You don't come and speak and say your point of view about Palestinians starving and the genocides and all the lies of the Palestinians in Amir rooms, yes? But you can come and say, I'm a discreet man. I don't want to talk about myself, but I will say my opinion about every subject you want without you know me, but I know you because anyone here know how old I am. Everyone know where I born. Everyone know where I'm from, where I live, what I'm doing, what my profession is. I'm not shy. That's also give me a kind of a power. That everybody know everything about me. I don't have nothing to hide. You know, I suspect even the Israelis put people on me that know where my grandmother get burned in Yemen and where my grandmother and my grandfather been meeting or crazy things that only computer everything on the table. And when I don't know you, don't know what you passed, what's your family, if you're married, if you're divorced, if you're a coccinelle. I don't know nothing about you. So, you could talk.
And that, folks, is Amos.
Hey, Ali, Amos and Amir, they're around like 60 to 70 years old, I think. I'm pretty sure. Just coexist with ODB. Just ballpark it. Are you around that age?
Beatrix, what part of what I just mentioned when I made my comments you did not understand?
That's
You appear to be kind of
anti-Semitic.
You appear to be on the low take today. I don't know why.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to tell them exactly. Just,
Let me tell you why. Because the question was on the table for Matthew. And Matthew took his time and explained and answered the question. He had two reasons. I spent about a minute and a half to answer to put more flesh in what Matthew was saying. Immediately after we were finished, we reinstated the same question as if maybe we're not in the room. So what I'm just trying to tell you, you're not paying attention today in the room. What did I just tell everybody? I was talking to Hamas, not Hamas, Hamas, there we go. So that's my position, and no further comments are necessary. Thank you. But Hamas, thank you for sharing your information. That's your prerogative. You do as you wish. We have different way of looking at things. And that's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to share any personal information. I agree with you, Ali. There's a lot of people, crazy people on this side.
I want to give an example. What I mean
Okay, what is your example?
I want to give your friend Resistance as an example.
It's not my friend. It's on my block list.
Yes, I know. I also know that Fatima is on your block list. A lot of people
100%.
on your block list. It's not something to be proud about.
I'm proud of it. I don't want any my brain. I don't want any stupid fucker coming in here and he wants to rape them.
Amir, between me and you, there is a lot of unagreements, from the Palestinian position till the people in Clubhouse position. I have a lot of arguments how to run a room and about everything, that you are a dictator and I'm more liberal. That's different between me and you. You're Muslim, I'm Jewish. A lot of differences between me and you. You are a liar, I'm a truth. There is a lot of differences. But I'll tell you...
You're God chosen, I'm not God chosen. You think you're superior to me? I'm inferior to...
All this rubbish, God's chosen...
I'm beneath your feet, you're above my fucking feet.
But
yeah.
let me finish.
I think the main difference, Amos, is you're a pedophile and Amir's not.
You see, even this Teddy just arrived now, I don't know him, he don't want to listen. I want to give you why do I give resistance?
You don't listen.
Shut your mouth, Teddy, shut your mouth.
You listen to me, sir.
Dummy. I give him because I respect him. He's shouting and he's very self-confident and he's give me a position.
No one understands what you're saying.
Of a usual Nukhba like him, like Prince, like there's some others that I could compare.
Resistance wants to rape women, rape girls on this app. I don't.
Listen. But I get in the PM. He didn't tell me. Then somebody told me in the PM that Resistance is a Puerto Rican.
PM. I must learn a new word.
I look different about him. That he's a prisoner. He's not a human being. He learned to be Muslim in the prison. That's what I give you as an example why I ask everyone.
It doesn't matter how he became Muslim. It doesn't matter how Muslim. It doesn't matter. I have a problem with him. He wants to rape women and girls on this app. I have a big problem with that.
I didn't hear it from him.
Yeah, he did that. He did that. Hold on. He did that with a whole bunch of people, even with my moderators, and did it with me. He said a whole bunch of crazy genocidal shit to me, and I'm like, okay, you're out. That's it. No more. That's why. I look. We're talking about resistance. And even if he goes into your rooms and he says some genocidal shit, I don't support. He doesn't.
Tell me why Fatima is in your block list.
Fatima is in my block list. She come in the audience and she attacked women and men, both sides, and she doesn't add any value.
What she say about
women? She came up. She always attacking, Wednesday, other people in this room. And I get tired.
How do you think? I also
Wait, Amos, calm down. Fatima, I think
because Fatima is so nice woman, Belgian
she's very
woman.
nice, but I think
so
she
innocent.
I think she was dropped on her head a few times.
She literally came in and killed my brains.
I think she was dropped on her Adam's apple, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, she was dropped on her head a few times. That's what I was told. She fell on her head like 3-4 times.
I don't want to kill my brain cells engaging with Fatima.
Yeah. But anyway, Amos, it's
He's got a deeper voice than me.
It's very early. It's very early in the morning. No, it's not that early for you. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. So, so you've been at the hospital, Amos. You've been feeling under the weather, kind of thing?
I let you know some other things about me.
Oh, no.
I come here before I go to sleep. Instead of putting a pill and some chemical inside my body, I come here to get boring. You're so boring me.
Okay, now
that I come here to get bored, and then I can
so fucking bored. Go to sleep now.
I don't know if I believe that, Amos. I think you have fun in here.
No, I think it's the senile part is kicking in a little hard today. But Amos, we like you. I think you're a cool guy. Just make sure you don't.
If you're bored, old man, have a wank and go to sleep.
Let's go drive someone. Drive someone to some place and do money to someone.
Unbelievable. I wake up, I hear resistance. I hear resistance in my dreams. I didn't believe
That's not a dream. That's a nightmare. That's not a dream.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you how much this place called Clubhouses can be.
I think you always picture like resistors knocking on your door, right, Amos?
Now I have a question. Listen, I have a long night.
Role plays him in resistance in his dream.
I have a long night. I have to be wake up, and now I have 2-3 hours that I can sleep till 11 o'clock. Now it's 8.
Fuck off, then go to sleep.
I want you all to sing a song to me. Can you?
Go F yourself. Yes, that's all.
Yeah,
Can you sing me? I would like something.
Just sleep in here, Amos.
Hey, Nagas, here's your chance for singing a song.
You know that song, Go F Yourself? He's funny, that guy. He's pretty funny, Amos.
Special.
Very special.
Not in the right with it.
He's gotta go drive the bus to the hospital, he's...
He said on his album once, he's like, my greatest sexual fantasy would be having everyone in one room. I just thought, what, you're the fuck? You're going to be sat there wanking as everyone's having a conversation with you.
He's a wanker. He's such a wanker.
Toss
it, okay.
Hey, guys. Amos just wants to coexist. We should all coexist in the room.
He does not want to coexist. He wants to exist.
I do wish Chucky was here.
Chucky from the movie Chucky play, whatever that thing is, or Chucky the character?
I swear one of the Chucky movies is called like Child's Play or something.
Yeah, I know. That's why every time I see the name Chucky here, I'm thinking of a doll with a knife in their hand or something.
How many dummy people in one room? Amazing.
There's only one here, my friend, and that is you.
Why do you think you're smarter than the average bear, Amos? Why do you think you're much smarter than everybody else?
No, put it is more real. I don't think. I know.
You know that you're smarter than the average bear.
Yeah,
That's the
you
Jewish
want
in him, the supremacist.
Why? Why, Amos? Why? You think you're smarter than me?
I'm sure. I don't think.
Why? You are more educated than me. You know more than I do.
Everything you do, only because you're a Muslim and I'm a Jew.
Fuck you, I'm not a Muslim. Okay, forget about that. Why do you always see a Muslim or a Jew?
Looking with this kafia on your neck.
Kafia?
Smack you,
Hey,
dummy.
check my PTR.
No, Amos, no, serious question. Why do you think you're smarter than the average person? You're much smarter than everybody else.
Because I sit in school, I learn.
You went to school, like, what kind of degree do you have? Wait, what kind of degree? What kind of fucking degree do you have? You drive a fucking bus. What kind of skill do you have besides driving a fucking bus?
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
I'm living in a society who are more than educated, you know. If you are not a good
you
person,
fucking drive a school bus. You drive a school bus, and the children are more educated.
In your life, you make a crime, yeah, and you put in prison, and you go out, and nobody knows you sit in a prison.
You're
in my society.
Now I know.
Everybody know each other.
I know. Now I know you're 2/3. Now I know you're 2/3 retard.
You know, I'm shy to say what I'm doing now. It's a shame for me.
I don't think you understand the 2/3 part.
For me, it's a shame to be here. You understand the difference?
Shut up, Amos. Shut up.
No, I'm very curious why he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. Why?
Is he Jewish? They think they're better than
Kosher chosen people. Huh.
From every perspective you want to look at me.
I just feel like Nargis would be like the best person to
look at you. More like I don't know. I don't want to use some bad. I don't want to be profane with you because I have.
You're more intelligent than that, Jindid. Don't worry.
You think honestly, Jindid, if we are four, only me and you, 4 eyes, yes, in the closed room, nobody listen, yeah. And I ask you seriously, what you prefer
Sounds
to be?
like prison.
An Israeli, a kibbutznik, or a Palestinian in the West Bank? What you prefer, honestly, inside your heart, honestly?
I'd rather stick fucking needles in my eye than be in a kibbutz with you, Amos. You're fucking crazy.
Did that answer your question? Did that answer your question? He wasn't expecting that answer, was he?
This superiority complex is shit, man. That's what. It's a fucking sick society, and they're smarter than everybody
we got
else.
like a 5 or 6 anonymous account, and I bet you one of them is John Kitover, Normal, John Balzac, that idiot, that Zionist fucker. The other one is that N guy, Shuki maybe. Who else?
Abby probably.
JB, JB has a plus symbol as well. Abby probably, yeah. That fucking bitch has me blocked. That lawyer bitch. Who else?
And that bitch is funny.
Yeah. She always talks about anti-Semitic.
You understand you say here now, you see me in my room, the first anonymous I said, this is a bill.
Anti-Semitic. Fuck your anti-Semitism. I don't care. Anti-Semitic. She brings up the stats every time she comes in. Oh, I got the stats.
I don't care.
Yeah, keep your fucking stats to yourself. Yeah.
Wipe your ass with those stats.
Yeah. Who else? We got. Who else could it? Okay, Al Normo for sure. Al Normo is in the audience. Who else? BB, I don't think he has the plus account. He's from Canada. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably sleeping right now.
I think he has other accounts as well.
Yeah, he's got another account that's probably plus. Right. He's probably here. Who else? A whole bunch of Zionists have like freaking plus accounts. Anyways.
It's crazy, They must be trying to gather.
Big Chicks, please don't promote this disgusting picture of it. please. It's like me co-modding with the Amos. I don't feel comfortable.
But you did
You
it
know,
once.
co-modding with the terrorist.
You did it once, bro.
I didn't do it. I was busy. It wasn't my room. It was Scotty's room.
Okay.
Yeah, you should look into the take the screenshot. Yeah, it wasn't my room. Somebody modded this idiot up.
No, but you were modding it with him. I didn't realize.
I didn't mod him. That's what I'm saying. I was busy working in the background.
Hey, I just
And somebody and then I heard somebody modded Amos. I'm like, who the fuck would mod this guy? And then I even came up the mic in a bit, and then I said, why the fuck would you mod this guy?
I just want to say driving a bus is it's a pretty honest job. You know, I don't know. I guess it depends on the bus, but not a bad job.
Yeah, well, nobody's suggesting. Go ahead, please go ahead. Nobody's not suggesting that driving a bus or any profession is less than honorable, of course. But I think somebody who is in a given profession, let's say driving a bus or a taxi driver, it entails certain kind of assumption, and it may not be necessarily correct. For example, one could question the assertion of Amos, whatever I would pronounce his name, that he knows more than anyone else on the stage. He knows everything. It seems to me that this would not be the case. Otherwise, I would say he would have been perhaps a university professor or a director for one of the large institutions in Israel. Or he could have been something. Okay, just.
What I have to learn in the university, I learn in the bus much better than I learn in the university.
Correct.
That's your
you could be a bus driver, but also a very knowledgeable person. But he's very knowledgeable, but it's kind of highly unlikely. And particularly when I listen to you, it gives me this intonation of a profound ignorance. And so that's where I leave it, Beatrice. So I just land in there, busing, driving a bus is absolutely great, or anything people do, welding or electrician or whatever that might be.
We call them in the UK. We call them bus wankers. He fits that category.
Yeah, I think he's poor man. He's just bored. They're driving a whole bunch of kids around, so he just has to come here and show up.
In a bus, you pass 50 people passing. Going out and going in, going out and going in. From each one you can learn. You become much more professor than if you sit in the university. That's in your mind, you don't understand.
Ali, you should ask him what kind of bus Amos drives.
I feel like it's a prison bus.
This is
yeah, it is.
Amos, the bus you drive has four wheels or more.
Amos, can you sing us the song? Can you sing us the famous song?
You don't sing a song, so I don't sleep, and I
No, it's the bus song. You must know the bus song.
Okay,
you have to sing it. You have to sing it to the school kids.
Don't run away. I will try.
You have to sing it to the school kids when they get home.
The one that goes round and round, eh?
You have to sing it, Amos. That's part of your duties. When the kids get on the bus, you have to get them singing.
He said he's going to do it. Listen, he's going to do it. Go ahead.
The thing you guys don't know about Amos, he doesn't drive. He doesn't drive
אם תיסע מהר, יתפוס אותך שוטר, סע לאט. אם תיסע לאט, תגיע לאילת, סע מהר. You don't understand, so damn.
No, we don't need to understand. It's well done.
At least he has rhythm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not get carried away here now. But thank you for singing.
Every Thursday night I come here, I sing, I dance, I try to convince people that there are other life instead of Clubhouse. Go and dance, go and sing, go and swim in the sea, do something with
Hey,
your
Amos,
life.
Amos, I thought you come here on Thursdays to invite everyone to your room on Friday.
I think you tried to convince yourself, Amos, not others.
You do it on Shabbat days. Like you should be practicing Shabbat. What are you doing coming on this app?
After 12 o'clock, put all my
You need to go practice Shabbat. Go practice Shabbat.
What time's your room on Fridays, Amos?
Amir, tell me, how many people usually in this room? Like this every day?
So when I opened the room on Iran, it was about 80 to 90 people.
So you say everybody ran away because of me now, so there is very few.
Yeah. You're a room killer. You come in and the room dies.
Yes. You know, because I know you so good. If it was true, you're a liar. But if it was true, you were find a reason to throw me out of this room. But I think maybe this room is so filled up, not so few as you said right now. And I said from my position, from my experience in Clubhouse, it's quite filled up right now.
Amos, go open a room now. Go open a room now.
Some of them come after Amos, maybe.
Listen, go open a room now. We'll all go to your room. Come on. Go open a room.
No, Jinder, don't go to his room. He's gonna kick you out.
No, he wouldn't. He's my friend.
No, he did. No. He did.
No, he's a friend of mine. I know Amos very well.
Amos, do you remember I came to your room? But the Zionist bitch insulted me. Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
I know,
what
because
I
you're...
did today night. So how can I remember? I don't remember what I sing right now. How can I remember?
Yeah,
But
no,
please, Jake,
stupid
you're in
man.
my list. But you're so dummy. You're in my list. So it
Shut
means
up.
Your
All
list?
the...
List? What kind of list is this, Amos? A list of women or something? What's going
they're also in my list. So I'm a coxswain.
Oh no, he's bisexual, fuck's sake.
But if I say you're in my list, I'm also in your list, Eddie. So what that means that I like your ass? That what you're a coxswain?
I mean,
Go
you're
fuck
Israeli.
yourself.
You're Israeli, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Why I am in your list? Let's see. I'm in your list, yes. That we release. Let's remove friendship like this, yes, and back. So that means that you add me and I add you. You see, it's this you take from the Zionists to say only women. It's true that I want Galileo and Yaakov and the pretty women to come to my room, so each one of them can bring the stupid Palestinians like you who don't come to the room, who are going after women.
Amos, we don't.
What women are you talking about?
My thing to make a big room that all the Palestinians will come after Galileo.
Just a cloud chaser. You're just a cloud chaser, Amos.
Those pretty women who put their face on and they're speaking and they're independent women.
Amos, why don't you put your Amos? Why don't you change your picture to the girl picture, right? Use ChatGPT or something and change your voice to a girl voice, you know. And you could promote it.
Amos, for what it's worth, get a fucking life.
Go inside this room. You want me to do all those things that you think in my 66 mind I can do it?
100%.
Even this title, this picture, you think I did it? Galileo did it for me.
Okay, Amos. Yeah, but Amos, your room dies afterwards, you know.
The only thing you can learn from Amos is to listen. This what Eli don't know is to listen. Not only to listen and to understand your enemy. To understand his point of view about life, what he wants from you. When you understand this simple point, maybe you start to understand the Israelis, the Jewish. Stop saying genocide all the time with all your lies.
Genocide.
lies, and
That's
lies.
genocide is an anti-Semitic shit. Come on.
B'Tselem is lying, Amos. B'Tselem is lying. B'Tselem says it's a genocide. Is B'Tselem a liar?
Listen, me personally, I support.
No, I'm asking you, is B'Tselem a liar? Is B'Tselem a liar?
Listen what Amos said.
I am asking about B'Tselem. I'm not asking about anything else. B'Tselem.
I don't think they lie. I don't.
Oh, okay. They say it's a genocide. B'Tselem said it's a genocide.
B'Tselem even say it's a genocide.
Do you want the report? Do you want the report from B'Tselem? I'll text it to you.
I don't need any report.
Then stop lying. Then why the fuck are you lying? B'Tselem said it's a genocide.
You send me enough pictures.
I'm gonna send you. Hold on. I'm gonna send you fucking B'Tselem report right now.
Listen to
You're just an idiot, man.
B'Tselem are that just show. I think that those organizations like B'Tselem, they just give a power that the people are conscious. The people have the feeling about the suffer of the other side.
We're not. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a report. Check your Telegram.
B'Tselem are not talking about the suffering of the Jewish. They only speak about the orphans.
Here, check your Telegram, Amos. Check your Telegram. It's a genocide. Check it. It's a report. Stop lying to people. Stop coming into the room and stop lying. Your own organization, Jewish organization called B'Tselem, is saying it's a genocide.
Tell me, is there any B'Tselem from?
Yes, I believe B'Tselem. Yes, B'Tselem is the one that's a human rights organization.
You don't listen to me. Listen. Not only talking. Listen. I ask you a question. Is there an organization, a Muslim organization like B'Tselem? Do you know one conscious Muslim organization once?
Is B'Tselem a Muslim organization?
Only you know ISIS and you know Hamas and you know Hezbollah. You don't know what is B'Tselem from the Muslim side.
I'm talking.
You know why? Because you will kill them.
Amos, I'm asking you, is B'Tselem a Jewish organization or a Muslim organization?
B'Tselem is an organization that just look about the suffer of the other side. They don't look about the suffer of the strong side, those people who pick you, who kill you today.
It's like the Jews. It's not about killing and murdering and blowing yourself up and like
kill one of your
all
leaders,
this hate.
the one of
That's Islam.
the Hamasnik, the Hamasnik who is.
Calm down, baby. It's not about Islam. Amos, B'Tselem, it's a Jewish organization, human rights Jewish organization. Okay, I send you on Telegram. Check your fucking Telegram. Hold on. Check your Telegram. Yes, I'm gonna mute you because you don't allow me to speak. I'm gonna mute you. Check your Telegram. B'Tselem, Physicians for Human Rights. All Israeli Jews came out and they said it's a genocide. They stop coming into the fucking room and stop lying to the people. You're B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights. They said it's a fucking genocide. Why are you fucking coming in here lying to the people? Stop with the lies.
Amos is half drunk and the other half he's asleep. I'm not sure what you want from him.
Baby, we're not talking to you respectfully. I don't know why did you come up. You came up uninvited. You came up uninvited, baby. Baby, you came up uninvited. I didn't invite you up here. I don't know. You're welcome to go back down. Thank you. You're the drunkest person that I came across on this app. All the time fucking drunk. And every room I go into, when I used to see you fucking drunk out of your mind. Every fucking room.
The D, the I, the D, the Y, the D is Diddy.
There we go. Looks like it's time for you to go down in the audience. I didn't bring you up. Thank you. Next time when you're not drunk, then come up. I'll bring you up. So, Amos, what do you think about B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights? You're old man, but you don't want to concede to any of these fucking points. Any of them.
I think Amos just slipped and broke his hip.
He's probably asleep. I was reading a couple of comments in the chat. I think one or two that were saying, why is it that we're not talking about the title of the room, which is Israel can't defeat Hamas?
Yeah, it was just a title reaction to what JB opened the room earlier. So it wasn't. Of course. What you call it? The PR war, they already won, right? The Palestinians already won the PR war. The only problem they have is the physical war that they're having through with this. But we see a whole bunch of stuff coming out. There's actually 4 Israeli soldiers that are missing. We don't know who's got them, if they killed them, or if they're bombed or whatever. Now, if Hamas has these 4 IDF soldiers, that means it adds more hostages. Not hostages; they'll be prisoners. So, I don't know. What do you think, Ali? Do you think they can beat Hamas?
So, as you may recall, again, I may not be completely correct on this. The Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi, actually had stated 3 objectives. This must have been the first week of after 3 days after October 7th. One is to destroy Hamas totally, completely. The next one was bring all of the hostages back, every single one of them. And the last one was, once the war is over, to a new governing institution or body in Gaza, which is going to be acceptable to Israel. Those were the 3 kind of objectives that they are set at the time. So one has to look back to assess to see to what degree the 3 objectives actually being accomplished. Last time I checked, Hamas is still kicking around, and a comment could be made or assertion that you probably can kill every Hamas military man by the ideology itself. It's an ideology. An idea is kind of stay around. It's very difficult to get rid of them. Although you may take the effectiveness of what the ideology wants to do, but the ideology itself cannot go away. The next one, bringing the hostages back, I think there are 4 or 5 are left. And if you're saying that 4 other IDF soldiers were arrested, and then it makes a larger group. So that has not been fully accomplished. And I don't really know what he meant by saying a new governing body in Gaza that is going to be acceptable to Israel. I have not read anything about it. I don't know what his intentions were and are at this point. I have no idea. So that's kind of where we stand with this.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens really, but the ceasefire is not gonna happen, and there a lot of poor people are protesting to get the hostages back. And but here's the problem I have. So let's say if they get if Hamas gives up and gives them all their hostages back, you know what will happen, right? They're just gonna go back and genocide them more. Instead of killing 100,000, they probably go another 200,000-300,000.
Okay, what makes you say that? What evidence do you have?
I'm gonna put the survey in the chat. 82% of Israeli Jews they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. This was done in 2025. 56% of Israeli Jews that want to kick Arabs out of Israel. And there's a similar survey according to Pew Research. It was 2016 or 2015 that was done. 48% of Israeli Jews that want to kick Arabs out of Israel and a whole bunch of other places.
Okay, that's correct. But the assertion you made, I think I wasn't fully listening, that you were saying that 300 to 400 Palestinians are going to get killed. That's what you said. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about the statistics and how people think about the Palestinian ought to be there or not. We're just talking, you mentioned, killing people. That's what I was asking. Where do you get that information?
Okay. In my opinion, right, the 300, 400, because we've seen the Harvard study, right, that said that they've killed, even the Lancet magazine said they killed 175, 185, I believe, right? Harvard came out, they said that there was about 200,000 killed or something. I'm going to have to check the numbers on the study. Because a lot of, they used illegal bombs though, and that evaporated a whole bunch of bodies. And Israel keeps track of all of the, the data on who lives inside Gaza, who doesn't live in there. And they have the choice to remove it out of their entry as well. So all I'm saying is, let me see if I can find that, because there was an opinion piece that I read somewhere. This was about, I think, a couple months ago. I'm gonna have to check Times of Israel. There was an opinion piece that I wrote that if we get all the hostages back, we're ready to go back to war. Let me see if I can find that opinion piece and put it in the chat for you. And that's what I predicted as well. That let's say if Hamas gives up the arms, gives up everything, and gives up the hostages, and they just bow down, they're just gonna go back in and genocide them. And the Israelis, they're protesting only to get their hostages back, and some of them, they don't want to serve in the military. That's about it. Other than that, when it comes down to attacking Hamas, going after Hamas, aka babies or whatever, they don't care. They don't care about Gazans. So let me see if I can find that opinion piece, and I actually kind of agree on it. Let me see if I can.
Thank you. I think what you're saying, which is really very difficult to even comprehend, if there is a ceasefire, and if Hamas puts their arm aside and they give up, and there's no more war, and the Gaza is going to be governed somehow by someone, but peacefully, I hope, from the Palestinian perspective, are you saying that the government of Israel will continue killing Palestinians in order of magnitude of 300,000 to 400,000 people of Palestinian?
The number, I made up the number. I'm saying from my opinion.
That's okay. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know how many they will kill, but they will kill, a big amount. Sorry. I'm looking for the opinion piece or something so I can post in the chat. Hey, what's up, Free? Did you want to speak, brother? Maybe if you want to come up, let me turn up the hand raising here. You can come up if you want. I almost left when I told him about the.
Because you don't like what I have to say.
Okay. Do you believe it's a genocide, baby, inside Gaza? Baby, are you there? Do you believe that it's a genocide in Gaza? No answer. Now I could hear you. Which you want to speak, baby? I'm giving you the mic. Almost left. I sent him a link to Betsalem on his Telegram and on here. Betsalem is Israeli humanitarian or was a human rights organization
I'm
and
not
physician for
engaging,
human rights.
and I'm not a judge in which way warfare is being conducted. It's got nothing to do with me. But what I'm saying is like this conflict has fucking gone on for too long. I'm coming from a Persian perspective. Why should my country be dragged into this? And more so, a level of people be kept in place under a false precept of sort of manifesting something good where they're actually not doing anything good for their own people, not even for the people they're doing something for, but like when it's just all everything that happens within this conflict when it's coming from that, it's like, what is this fucking Jew hate? It's like, what did the fucking Jews ever did to us?
Baby,
smart people.
this is not an Iranian room.
That
It's not
is
Iranian
genocide.
room.
I worry
This
about
is-
the genocide.
This is
I
not an
worry
Iranian
about the
room.
safety of
So
the
is it a
Jews.
genocide in Gaza? Is it a genocide in
No,
Gaza?
you have this minority of people in a minuscule sort of plot of land, right? They're trying to and it was given to them rightfully by whatever happened. Like
Is
this.
it minority
So
or
now
is it
they're
in majority? Is it minority or
constantly
majority?
attacked by my country, but
Okay, Bibi,
why is
Bibi,
no, no, no,
Bibi,
you asked me a
Bibi,
question,
we're
I'm
not talking
answering
about
you.
Iran. We're not talking about Iran. I'm talking about Gazans. Do you believe the Gazans are getting genocided right now? I'm not talking about Iran. Can we leave the Iran to a different day? When I open up a room against Reza Pahlavi, then we can talk about that. And I'm going to do that because I actually am starting to hate them really badly. So, do you believe that it's a genocide in Gaza?
I don't know. I don't have the facts.
If I give you Israeli organization called Betsalem, that's an Israeli
What I
organization,
do
just
know
like
is that Israel is under attack, and they're going to retaliate.
I'm not talking about attack. I'm talking about what happened, what's going on
But
to the Palestinians. Is it a
Gaza,
genocide?
Palestinians and Hamas are not the same thing, right?
No, yeah, but they're Palestinians. Hamas is Palestinian.
Okay,
People that
no,
live
no,
inside is
Hamas
Palestinian.
and the sooner that the Palestinians would have made that choice not to go into cahoots with these people, there would never have been this problem. Everybody is
Hamas.
You are distorting the truth. Hamas is not Palestinians. Hamas are terrorists.
Hamas is Palestinian.
Political agendas.
Okay,
They're
Bibi.
backed by terrorists. They're
Bibi,
terrorists.
just hang on. So if Hamas is a terrorist organization, do you know that Netanyahu gave money to Hamas? So does that make Netanyahu a terrorist? Netanyahu gave $15 to $30 million every month. It was coming from Qatar, and they would load them up into cash briefcases. Netanyahu did this, and his aide even collected bribes and loaded up the money in cash. Would be hand delivered in the hands of Hamas every month, $15 to $30 million. So does that make Netanyahu a terrorist, Bibi?
I don't believe it. I'm not for conspiracy theories.
No conspiracy. I'm giving you Times of Israel Jewish article. I'll give you testimony from former Israeli Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister. He says it. Now, if he says it, are you denying the fact?
You want my opinion on something?
No. I'm asking, can we stick to the same topic, please?
No, because you're talking about something that's
I'm talking about is Hamas. No. Hold on. I'm gonna ask Shuki to play the clip for us. Okay? This is from Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister.
No, I don't want to hear it. Okay?
You don't want to hear a former Israeli prime minister saying this.
In something, Amir. I'm talking.
No, not heavy. You asked me
as a woman who is just giving an overall view, and what I'm saying to you is that I'd rather within my region, I'd rather see a future where a more Israeli sentiment and an Israeli influence than fundamental lunatics. I don't understand what you don't understand about this.
So, Bibi, this is what Bibi, that makes you intellectually dishonest. Bibi, it makes you intellectually dishonest. As soon as you said you don't want any facts, you don't want any conspiracy. I'm not making.
Because you both lie on each
That makes you intellectually dishonest. Hold on. That makes you intellectually dishonest. We can't even have a conversation on the facts.
I mean,
and this
I
is
don't
very
want to get dragged into your, whatever. But what I'm saying on an overall, okay, so you prefer terrorism or you prefer bullies?
So Netanyahu funded Hamas. Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS right now inside Gaza that has been stealing aid from Palestinians and selling the aid for about 5 times the price. And this is all from the Israeli Jewish source. And Netanyahu giving weapons to fucking ISIS, giving money to Hamas, has funded a whole bunch of other terrorist entities. IDF was formed out of terrorist gangs in 1948 from Irgun Lehi and Haganah. And not to mention the 47, they sent letter bombs to Harry Truman, the United States of America's president. His name was Harry S. Truman. He was received letter bombs in the mail from Stern Gang, Jewish militia gang from British Mandate Palestine.
Yeah, so I mean, hasn't this conflict gone on long enough?
Bibi, can you please, if I give you data and everything, are you able to concede to the point? Are you American first or are you Israeli first?
I thought I was British and Persian first.
Okay, are you British first or are you, Israeli first?
I'm not Israeli, idiot.
Then why would you defend Israel when it has killed a bunch of people?
I don't Israel. I don't support. Yeah. But as a Persian, you gotta understand that it comes with a bias but it also comes as like, I don't understand it. Why would you want to engage in more fucking like conflict? It's like that region fucking needs cleaning up, right? It needs like less of whatever it has and more of what it needs. And I think that Israel is going to bring that. And then if I think that is the way that is going to be beneficial for the region, I'm sorry, you can call me Zionist, you can call me like heartless or like whatever you're going to call me. That's what I think. I think Israel is beneficial for the region. I think they've been very generous. There's been 70 years of like these people like trying to coexist. It's like and even like the Khalijis, it's like fuck it, we don't want to be part of it anymore. And then you've got the fucking dirty nasty Iranian government who are on there.
You're again with Iran. This room is not about Iran, man. Calm down. This room is not about Iran. This room is not about Iran. Hello. Oh my God.
The level of smartness.
This woman, man. We're not talking about Iran. Please, stop bringing Iran into this room.
What is there not to like about smart?
Because I'm not talking about Iran. This room is not about Iran. It's about Israel and Palestine. You keep bringing other shit into the picture, which I don't want to discuss right now. My question to you is about Israel and Palestine. You said they've been trying to exist in 70 years. What have they done? They've killed a whole bunch of people. According to British mandate, you had the state. Do you know that they weren't even part of the UN partition plan?
Don't you think in Iran we have
British. Again with Iran. This room is not fucking about Iran, man. Stop with the fucking Iranian shit.
I'm sorry. Why should the world be fucking involved in a conflict that is never going to go anywhere?
Because it's a threat. It's a threat to the Middle East. This Iran is a threat. I mean, this Israel is a threat to the Middle East.
Israel is not a threat.
Yes, Israel it is. Okay, hang on, baby, hang on. I'll prove it to you.
Well, the Khalijis
I'll prove it to you.
So.
We're not talking about Khalijis, man. We're talking about. Oh my God, this woman, man. Seriously, hold on, baby. Again with the Iranian bullshit. I don't give two fucks about Iran. We're not talking about Iran right now. Israel has taken over Sheba Farms. That's on the borderline of Lebanon and Israel. Israel has taken over Golan Heights. That's located in Syria. Has taken over buffer zone in Syria. Has bombed the shit out of Syria. There was no war between Syria and Israel. Has taken over more settlements in the West Bank. Gaza is under occupation, and Gaza has been under occupation. West Bank has been under occupation for over 50 years, oppressing and suppressing them, and went after Lebanon as well. This is this is how Hezbollah was created in 1982, and Israel has been threatening and poking. Even the 67 war was started by Israel. 48 war started by Israel. Because the war did not happen in 47. They started ethnically cleansing people in 47. That's how your disgusting Israeli state was created. You see what I'm saying? So it has been a threat from 1947 up till now, and they terrorize the U.S. president Harry S. Truman. They terrorize British mandate leaders, right, to create their Jewish state. They have terrorized Palestinians from 1947 up till now. They've terrorized Lebanese. They've terrorized Syrians. They've terrorized a whole bunch of people. They've terrorized American government into telling them, to protect them from all these other attacks. This is why a lot of the countries, they're scared to go into war with Israel, because America protects this disgusting Zionist criminal entity. And in the West Bank, recently they killed Palestinian American boy that actually owns an ice cream shop in Florida, Tampa, and they took his brother in for IDF claims that he was throwing a rock at IDF truck. They took him in under administrative detention without due process. And that kid that was that 18-year-old kid that was killed by the settlers been out. They don't even charge the settlers like they do that. Literally, the West Bank is a pure example of apartheid system. Two sets of laws for two groups of people. So when you look at all of these facts, who's the threat? It's actually Israel. And I'll give you one fact about Iran. Israel is the first one to attack Iranian embassy in Damascus in Syria. Okay? We should look into it.
Yeah.
That's how this shit started with Iran.
Continue.
Hold on, Bibi, I'm not going to go into Iran anymore, okay? I just wanted to give you example. So Israel is the biggest threat in the Middle East to all of the nations in the Middle East. It's a threat to Syria, threat to Lebanon, threat to Gaza, threat to West Bank, threat to fucking Iran, threat to Saudi Arabia, it's part of the Greater Israel Project. Go look into it. What countries are come under Greater Israel Project?
Can I make a point? This is honest Jew. West Bank is not an apartheid, because if you look up the definition of apartheid, it's when a minority group dominates the majority, as was the case in South Africa. Now, in Israel, because of our forced migration policy that the British mandate did to the so-called Palestinians, we're the majority now. And we're instituting a program of domination, yes, but we're not the minority, so you can't call us an apartheid.
It's Israel now, honey.
Exactly. Not an apartheid.
And it's better for everyone.
What was it that you said? I kind of ignored it, honestly. What was?
You said it's an apartheid. Now, an apartheid, if you go by the South African definition of apartheid, is when a minority group dominates the majority with a disparate law system. Now, in Israel, we are the majority.
I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about West Bank.
Right. If you consider what's happening in Israel, West Bank is connected to Israel.
No, it's not connected. It's a separate.
We're occupying it.
It's not. Occupying is different than owning it.
Well, regardless, we are the majority.
No. In the West Bank, you're a minority.
Don't pretend like this has not happened in history before. It's a land takeover, and it happens, and it's happening right before our eyes. But not because it's happening for no fucking reason. Because it's been happening, and it could have also not happened. And there could have been all the reasons for it not to happen. But now it's happening, and it's going to be clean cut, and nobody's gonna have to worry about it anymore, and that's the way it's gonna be because the world is fucking tired of this conflict. And you know the Palestinians, yes, Palestinians, but you know what? Then you could have approached it in a different way. You shouldn't let yourself like pour out to the Persian like fucking terrorist regime or whoever other terrorists.
Again with Iran. 24 hours Iran. We're talking about the West Bank. We're talking about the West Bank. You keep bringing Iran into the picture. Iran.
It's on.
Do you ever get tired of Iran? Do you ever get tired of talking about Iran? Why don't you go live in Iran instead of talking shit on this app? Go live in Iran, man. Go live in Iran. If you really care about Iranians, go live in Iran.
So yeah, that's why it is Israel now, and you're not fucking. What are you, like Indian? Like, why are you in this even conversation? Like, you have nothing to do with this conversation. It's like Israeli, Palestinian, even like the fucking Khalijis. But
so, baby, you like to assume shit about people, and you're a racist person, right? You're a racist person.
But you don't.
You like to be racist.
But whatever.
I speak a whole bunch of languages. I speak about 7 languages.
It is what it is. The fucking Israelis.
Yeah, I speak about 7 languages. So, baby, stop with the Farsi thing. Respectfully, this is not an Iranian room, okay? Calm down. When I open up a room again, Raza Pahlavi, you're welcome to join, and you're gonna get, gaslit and triggered by my rooms. Because I actually hate Raza Pahlavi. Anyways, Ali, do you want to speak?
Yeah, of course you would.
Okay, just
because
quickly,
you hate Iranians. You don't want Iranian people to have a good life.
Yeah, Ali is speaking. Please allow Ali to speak. Come on, guys.
So, honest you, I do accept your definition of apartheid, which you gave, but you can't have it both ways. Would you say, based on your definition, that Israel is practicing apartheid kind of concepts in the West Bank?
No, because we're the majority.
You're not in the West Bank? I'm talking about the West Bank.
Yeah, I count West Bank I count it as Judea and Samaria, and it's part of Israel.
Oh, okay. So you're going further than that. But let's just for a moment assume, work with me here. If you put that assumption,
it's none of your business, Ali.
That's right.
Well, thank you, appreciate it. Look, honest, I'm not
I understand. Like, there's a
so, baby, can you stop interrupting, baby, stop interrupting.
So, for a moment, if you assume that the West Bank is part of Palestine, and then giving the number of...
Hold on, there's no such thing as Palestine, so it's hard to make that assumption.
Remember, when we started...
Not anymore.
I said, let's make an assumption here. I know how you feel, but let me just tell you. Just for a moment, assume...
It's more about how you feel. Why are you invested in this conflict, Ali?
Jesus Christ. Bibi, okay. Anyway, Bibi, may I speak without interruption? Would you allow that?
Yes. If you speak honestly, but why would you be invested in this conflict?
Well, let me tell you why. When this war came about on October 7th, and about maybe 2 weeks after that, I was in a Jewish room. I have some good Jewish friends, actually, in real life, and also some of them I know well in the clubhouse. So they asked that when I started to talk about my idea of a worldview on the war, which was early on, a couple of weeks into it, maybe a month, a Jewish guy, a guy that I know well, he said, this is none of your business. This is a family business, in a sense. This is a Jewish family, a Jewish concern. It's none of my business to have a say about the matter.
Well, it is none of your business.
Bibi, would you...
with respect.
Would you let me please? So when I told him, I said, it's absolutely my business. And I told him why. There are actually 3 reasons. One, I am an American citizen. And in America, my tax money, it goes in the direction of supporting Israel. So I could have a say in the matter because I put money in it. Number 2, I was seriously concerned about the regional conflicts as the way we see right now is going on. I was very concerned about that. And also I was concerned about a larger war, I mean, beyond the Middle East. So in a sense, it's not a family matter. It is a concern of everyone. Anybody who's concerned, anybody can think about these things. It's a serious conflict. And it has had serious consequences for both Israel and Palestine and the region itself. Lebanon, Iran, and in Syria, and the rest of it. So when you're asking me why am I involved in talking about it, these are my reasons. Do you think I'm justified to be concerned about it?
No.
As a citizen?
No, you're not.
Well, thank you. All right.
Because
So
I
what
tell you why also.
So David, yeah, David, let me just finish it. So tell me your reasons why you think
Why I tell you you're not justified to
Baby,
feel that
why
way.
you keep coming out the mic? You don't have any knowledge. You don't have any knowledge.
He asked me and I'm answering him.
He didn't ask. He was asking honest Jew.
No,
Ali, you were asking honest Jew.
I was asking.
You were asking. Oh, you're asking Bibi? Okay, go.
She disagreed with my
No, okay, Ali, Jude,
I
okay, we're both Persian. So the reason why I feel you're not justified to feel that way, I understand as a Persian, I understand where you're coming from. I understand a certain level of discomfort because, like, you know, you're like, okay, it's like it's that region, and it's like, I don't know what it is, but it does kind of like rub you. But can you not say, like, within what the Israeli cause has done, it's like every step of their manifestation is liberating our country a little bit more. I just don't understand that you, with a straight face, as a Persian, especially in the West, can sit there and say that you disagree with this. And what I really don't understand is even like the Persian people, because like, what was it, 3-4 years ago, they were like in the streets and they were like fighting. Now they have the opportunity, but that's the case because, you know, sovereignties and proud people, you know, they don't like to be attacked in the sense, and the way probably like whatever the whole Jewish Israeli thing. But then Bibi went on and he spoke and he was very cordial, he was very respectful, and he made very sure towards the Iranian people that they understood it had nothing to do with them. It was about, and it was like, seize the moment, like grab it. This is what you wanted for so long. And then you're like, what the fuck is happening with these people? And they're like freezing. But what is it? So that's where I'm like, is your disdain and your hatred for the Jewish people like more important than the cause of you gaining your liberty? And I think it's a valid question. Not so much because Israelis will be fine, as they have like proven throughout centuries. They're gonna survive. They're a very small community. They're resilient and whatever it is. But as a Persian, I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. Someone like you.
There's no point of engaging with this person.
You bringing emotions into this shit. Bring some logic in there. My feelings, emotion. Bring the fuck about.
Thank you. I got the gist of what you're saying. First of all,
and you know what?
This had nothing to
maybe
do.
We deserve it because you know.
I mean, maybe she can go in the audience. I mean,
no, Ali.
So I can finish my.
Yeah, baby, please mute up.
Whatever
it
you
is
said.
Baby, I'm embarrassed to call you Iranian. Just mute up, baby. Mute up. Ali speaking.
Yeah, thank you, baby. Appreciate it. So, for example, you may want to look this up. Brevity is the soul of wit. So you spoke for 5 minutes and said nothing in terms of what I was trying to say. Let me remind you. Somebody asked me a long time ago, why am I concerned? Baby, I know.
What are you concerned?
Baby, mute up. Baby, mute up. You don't have any knowledge, man. It's like killing my brain cells.
Okay. So, baby, I asked you a question. You did not answer my question. And I'm not going to repeat myself.
Well, he's not letting me because he's shouting. What are you asking me?
Baby, I told you why this conflict should be a serious concern to a lot of people, and I gave you the reasons for it. And your answers had nothing to do with telling me why I should not be concerned about this conflict.
Okay,
That's
I'll give you my answer.
It had not. By the way, let me clarify this. I don't hate Jews. Okay, I have my worldview completely on this conflict that I have kind of has evolved.
Whatever.
I know this is going.
Whatever it is distorting.
BB, let him finish, BB, let him finish.
Yeah. So, yeah, I have a worldview on this, and actually it gets refined almost on a monthly basis. And I can, I have 8 points on this. I'm not going to read this in here. So I don't hate Jews. This conflict is a very complicated conflict. I disdain Islamic Republic of Iran, and I would be weary, and I would be very concerned to live in a country that is going to have a country next to it, Islamic Republic X and Y and Z. I have a serious, opposition to Islamic ideology, not the Muslims. I don't hate Muslims. I think they are a victim of the Islamic ideology itself. I don't wish anything more than having this Islamic Republic of Iran to go away. So in a sense, you did not, going back just land on this, I asked you, tell me, why do you think I should not have a say in this matter? But you did not answer my question. You ranted on whatever you were talking about. I'm really no longer interested in talking with you unless you have some serious contribution that you're going to make. Otherwise, maybe bye-bye.
No, I don't play the victim. It's like, you can't have
There's
it.
no point of engaging with BB. BB, the question, BB, the big question, BB,
Shut the fuck up, I'm talking.
The big question is just, hang on. The big question is, should your tax dollars fund this genocide that's going on to Gazans?
Well, listen, I'm not talking about
hold on. In the UK, you're paying tax. Your tax dollars. Hold on, BB. Your tax dollars. BB, I'm gonna have to use my authority now, okay, on you. If you can't answer the question, then shut your fucking mouth. The question is,
I would even
do you
put
support
extra money into a charity box.
Do you support the UK, your tax dollars going to the genocide? Do you support that?
Well, that's not
Just a yes or no question. I don't want your fucking explanation. I want yes or no.
But if IDF has
it's a yes or no question. Answer.
It's a yes or no question. I don't want your stupid bullshit fucking statement. Yes or no? Do you want your tax dollars going to this genocide?
I don't know what genocide you're talking about.
No, this killing of Gazans, innocent babies. More than 20,000 babies have been murdered, slaughtered, killed by the Zionist criminal entity. Your tax dollars are going over there, in the amount of weapons and whatnot. Do you? I said it's a yes or no question. Yes or no question. I don't want your fucking. I don't want your stupid explanation. Yes or no?
Every life of a Palestinian that's been spilled is on the hands of Hamas.
I'm not talking about Hamas. I'm talking about weaponries. The weapons are being used to kill innocent people. The weapons are given from the UK, from the British. And not to mention, recent report came out, Ben Gvir, that he actually has a fucking missile factory that's based out of the UK. He's building some ballistic missiles or some shit in the UK. They raided the place. My question again to you, your tax dollars are being used to give them weapons. The weapons are being used to kill innocent civilians. My question to you, are you okay with your tax dollars going to the fucking giving the weapons to these criminals that are committing crimes against humanity? Are you okay with that? It's a yes or no. I don't want a fucking explanation. I don't want you to go on an hour-long tangent. It's a yes or no question.
But it's not a yes or no.
It's a yes or no. It is a yes or no. Dave, hold on. It's a yes or no. Just yes or no. No or yes. Go on. It's a yes or no. I don't want your stupid fucking explanation anymore.
But then don't ask questions.
Oh my god.
Dave, can you please stay muted, bro? Dave, respectfully, bro. I'll give you the mic afterwards. It's a yes or no question, BB.
But I don't understand.
It's a yes or no question. Hold on, BB. Let me rephrase it. Hold on.
To everybody else,
BB,
ask a question
BB,
because you retard.
Again with the stupid bullshit explanation. I don't want your fucking explanation. I told you this number of times. I'll rephrase the question. Are you okay with your government giving weapons to the one entity that's committing crimes against humanity? I'm not even saying Israel anymore. To an entity that's committing crimes against humanity. Are you with it or are you against it? Your tax dollars are funding this. Are you okay with it? Yes or it's a yes or no. I don't want your stupid fucking explanation anymore.
I'm not.
If you can't answer it, are you okay with it?
Money, like being poured into a terrorist.
Are you okay with it? Yes or no?
Like robbing money.
I said yes or no. Hello.
Whatever they should be having, and instead, like going to a terrorist organization that's not like.
Netanyahu funded Hamas. Your money, again, your tax dollars, Netanyahu funded Hamas. I told you this number of times. I can provide you data. I can even play the clip from Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister. Oh my God, this woman, man, is a fucking idiot.
Go back in history, dude.
Who's this talking? Who's this idiot talking?
Just an idiot.
Go on, speak, you stupid fucktard. Go on.
A fucktard. Go back in history. So you're arguing Hamas Israel. Yes.
Okay. Did Hamas was funded by Netanyahu? Yes or no?
Hamas.
Was it funded by Netanyahu?
Come on, don't hate on Netanyahu. Like,
baby, shit, man.
Are you talking about like? Are you talking about?
You haven't seen.
Sit in the audience, baby. Stop wasting killing my brain cells. My question to you: Did Netanyahu fund Hamas?
If you trace the money, honey.
Don't call me honey. I don't roll like that. I'm not gay.
Don't care what you are. I will still say. Not calling you nothing. I'm just saying follow the money.
Yeah, I got a name. It's called Amir. Call me Amir. Don't call me fucking honey or sweetie or whatever. I'm not fucking faggot. Okay, go on.
Okay, follow the money, honey, is just a saying.
So Netanyahu gave money. Netanyahu gave money to Hamas.
Mr.
Okay. I'll provide the link in the chat for you. Read up on the fucking link and then come back to me, okay? Instead of don't want to answer the question.
Stop being so mean.
Okay.
If I think Yahoo like what would I think?
Emotions are here.
Slobodan Milosevic in Slobodan Milosevic in the North Russia when the wall fell. That was the last one that tried for work.
That's a good point.
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, man.
Go with Milosevic and the wall. You're winning the debate. The Zionist Jews will win this debate with your merit. Continue.
May I continue?
Can we stick to Israel and Palestine?
Israel and Palestine. Okay, let's. Who shot first?
Netanyahu did.
In this
Netanyahu.
What happened October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd?
Netanyahu was dead when the shot was fired this time. Go fuck yourself. And I'm fucking indigenous, so I have no.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Are you Jewish? Does that rhyme with indigenous?
I don't know. Are you indigenous to America or Canada or Japan or China or Russia? Which part of the world are you indigenous to?
Look up Cree on your Google.
Look at the pause. He took a long pause. He's thinking about it. Where am I indigenous from? Like, what an idiot, man.
Poland.
Don't make fun of me.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
My background's German. I can speak German. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. I'm Bishop.
Okay. Are you Jewish from Germany?
I have no Jewish in me whatsoever. I have far more Cree in me.
So has your ancestors served in the Nazi?
He's a Jewish sympathizer.
Fuck off. My ancestor, my Opa.
Have they served in the Nazi regime?
You guys, such a fuckface.
The question is, have your ancestors served in the Nazi regime? It's just a yes or no, man. Like, I don't know. That woman, BB, in the audience, she could not answer yes or no. This idiot can't say yes or no. Like they go in
Then
a
I'm
freaking
gonna say
long ass
no.
explanation,
Then
which
I'm
I
gonna
don't
say
give two
no.
fucks.
I'm gonna say no. He starved
How do you
himself
know
to
that?
death
How do you know?
to
Did you
get
do a
to say
DNA test
no.
that shows you're from a Nazi?
Because he
Were you?
starved himself to say no. You
Did you
fucking
come from a
piece of
lineage?
shit.
Did you? Are you coming from Nazi? What the fuck? Oh my god.
You now, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why
Go
are you so angry, and where are you coming from? What's your lineage?
Amir, you got this.
Self-hating Jew.
So my lineage comes from a particular place, right? And that lineage. Yeah, but I'm not native, right? But I can be native. But if I were to do a DNA test, let me ask you this, lazy, right? I understand you're lazy.
Lassie. My actual last name is Laszlo. It comes from Croatia.
I kind of find you a lazy bum because you can't answer the question right away. It takes you a while to answer a question.
Fuck you! I'm answering it right away.
What did you say?
Don't deflect.
Okay, the question to let's say tomorrow if I do a DNA test and it shows up I have 0.5% from that place called Palestine or Israel. Should I go over there and reclaim my property? Should I go in there and tell them like that? Look, my blood says I'm from this place. I need to reclaim my property. Should I do that?
Are you Palestinian, Hamas, or Israeli? Because the way
Hamas are Palestinians. Lazy bum. Hey, lazy bum.
No, you're interrupting me.
Lazy bum. Hamas is Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians. Hamas are Palestinians.
Let me answer.
Hamas are Palestinians.
Let me answer.
It's like such a
really nice for everybody. You piece of shit. Because I'm none of ya. So how would I do that?
Is Hamas Palestinians? The question is Hamas Palestinians?
Oh, Hamas is not Palestinian.
Who told you that?
Palestinian.
Who told you that?
How would I?
Have you seen their blood? Have you seen their DNA?
I can't watch the news here, but what Hamas does is criminal.
Okay, who funded Hamas?
The Americans.
Netanyahu. So according to U.S. and Israeli narrative, they're terrorists. But then if you fund a terrorist, you get away with it without being called a terrorist.
Mm-hmm. No, like that.
Are you constipated? Are you sitting on the toilet?
The thing that I am asking people to do is not get hung up on fucking words.
No, I'm asking you. This is a genuine question. My question to you: who funded Hamas? It's actually Netanyahu. All right. So Netanyahu is Netanyahu a terrorist? Lazy.
Who funded Netanyahu? Like who funded him?
I'm not talking about. Hold on. Qatar, right? Sent money to Netanyahu. Netanyahu took bribes. His secretary took bribes. And they would load up the money in briefcases in cash, and it would be hand delivered in the hands of Hamas. In spite of having, hold on, lazy, I'm not done. In spite of having, hold on, lazy, hang on. So in spite of having, lazy, just lazy bum, just mute up. In spite of having, alerts from the Shin Bet. Shin Bet is intelligence official, right? Shin Bet told Netanyahu, according to Times of Israel, twice not to fund Hamas because this money is going to be used for tunnels and military equipment. But Netanyahu said, no, we're going to keep funding Hamas. So can you please tell the room who funded Hamas? Is it Netanyahu? Or is it, if somebody funds or, gets involved in the middleman, funds Hamas, that becomes a terrorist by default. Right? You're an American. If you fund ISIS or Hamas, they would look at you as a fucking terrorist. I would look at you as a terrorist. So again, the question again to you: Are you, if Netanyahu gave money to, and right now he's giving weapons to ISIS?
May I answer questions and you shut your
Please,
mouth?
please make sure you stick to the fucking question that I asked you, lazy bum. Then we can, have an intellectual conversation. Otherwise, you're intellectually dishonest piece of shit.
My name is Lassie.
You lazy bum.
But what it is follow the money, honey. That's
Stop calling me honey, bro. I'm not into guys.
It's a fine. It has nothing to do with you. Get off your own high horse.
Stop calling me honey.
Nothing to do with you whatsoever. Just follow the money. You will always see where bad is. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter where you're from, what you're colored, who you are, where in the world. I don't give a flying fuck. Follow the money, honey.
I just stop calling me. Oh my god,
what's
man.
bad?
I'm not into guys. Calm down, man. Question.
Your
question.
ears.
Lazy.
Your ears.
Lazy.
Did you
lazy
rob
bum.
somebody?
Lazy bum.
Did
Lazy
you rob
bum.
somebody
Lazy
with
bum.
your ears?
Lazy bum.
Because somebody cut
Lazy.
your fucking ears off.
Lazy.
Don't
Lazy.
listen.
Lazy bum.
Don't listen
Lazy
to my
bum.
shit. Stop interrupting me.
Lazy bum. Lazy bum.
You
lazy bum.
don't. You
lazy
don't.
bum. Hey, lazy bum.
To know.
Lazy bum. The question was clear cut. If Netanyahu funded Hamas, it by default makes Netanyahu a terrorist. Okay, lazy bum. All right. So if you're gonna call Hamas a terrorist, lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum. Listen to what I'm about to say. If Hamas is a terrorist entity, which makes Netanyahu a terrorist, call Netanyahu a terrorist. Can you do that for us? I want to hear you call Netanyahu a terrorist. Go.
Netanyahu. Give me the history.
I just told you. Netanyahu funded Hamas. Netanyahu is a terrorist, just like Hamas, right? So can you please say it out loud to the room? Netanyahu is a terrorist.
You just said it. You said no. Give me the history. Give me the books.
Lazy bum. Lazy bum. Lazy bum. I just
can't
told
even
you.
get my fucking name right. You want me to say somebody else's name right out loud?
Here.
Fuck yourself. You
here. I put shit. Yeah, I put the article in the chat here.
You're not doing history right.
Lazy bum, check the article in the chat. That's history right there. Netanyahu propped up Hamas and it blew up in their face. Go on, read up on the fucking thing.
Right is the white folks.
Okay. And if you can't read it properly, put on the glasses. If you can't read it just ask your PDF reader or some shit to be able to read this article. If you can't do it, then you should just slap yourself and just leave quietly, man.
He said, you're not doing history right. It's supposed to be written that the white folks colonize everything. You're not doing it right, Amir.
It's fine.
You're not doing it right. Shut your bitch ass.
Well, yeah, specifically, staying with this topic, Netanyahu, lazy, please, stay quiet. So I had this article, Amir, and I've had it for a while. And what it says, I'm going to read something that I wrote in my notes. This is from as you mentioned, the Times of Israel, and the topic is. I'm sorry, I kind of lost it. But anyway, that's correct, and I'll find it. I wanted to read an excerpt from the magazine.
Maybe next time you take the mic, have your excerpt ready to read. That's how the room works.
I'm sorry, say it again?
When you take the mic, you should have your excerpt ready to read.
Maybe you should be a little bit understanding that I have an iPhone and I touched the phone and it moved.
Okay.
So you see how quickly you jump to a conclusion.
All right,
you have an iPhone? You have an iPhone. Shit happens sometimes, okay? So just be a little bit more considerate and understanding that people maybe they can't.
I'm sorry,
anyway,
I didn't realize you were.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
I'm sorry.
And I'll just go on mute and I'll come back once. I wanted to read an excerpt from this.
Excerpt, right?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
God. I fucking hate Clubhouse. Yeah, why is it so difficult? Actually, honest, can you answer Amir's questions?
Of course.
How about that?
Absolutely.
All right, so is Netanyahu a terrorist for funding Hamas?
No, of course not. This was a strategic initiative that you know, he took. The problem at the time was, I'm not sure if you're aware, does anyone know why Netanyahu funded Hamas? Maybe let's start with that. I know why, but does anyone in the room know?
He's a terrorist.
Actually, let's bring Bibi up. Bibi can answer the questions.
I know why. I mean, I'll tell you why. It's because
Okay, so this is my view of Bibi Netanyahu. I'm like fucking Israelis and the whole Israeli cause. You don't even fucking deserve this man for what he has done for the Jewish and Israeli cause, but also mostly from a military.
Matthew, did you want to ask her something?
Kind of way. You know, this person should go down in history for his resilience, for his capacity to stand up to like fucking not just only like bullying and attacks and with the fucking like level of small resources, but also his passion and you know, okay, so people are like, okay, there's like some kind of like corruption. Everybody's fucking got corruption, but there is something about this guy, and you know, once he's done defending Israel's fucking rights against injustice, terrorism, I would love him to fucking come and clean up my country. And
does anybody want to know why?
Again with the Iranian, again with Iran, again with Iran.
And
hang on,
right? And Ali.
He'll clean you so well, he'll take you to the shower.
Hang on. Bibi, again with your stupid narrative, man. Again with the bullshit, man. Every time you open your mic, it's like diarrhea, man.
No, well, so
Oh my
yeah,
God.
I think.
Check the article in the chat. I posted, I don't know, this lazy bum, if he read it or not. Netanyahu propped up Hamas, funded Hamas, $15 to $30 million. It's in the chat. It's in the chat. Times of Israel. It's a Jewish source. Okay? It's from Israeli source. Netanyahu funded Hamas.
One thing I don't have.
Lazy bum, go ask ChatGPT. It will tell you. Netanyahu funded Hamas every month, $15 to $30 million.
I mean, why don't you shut up with your immature?
Hold on. According to Ehud Barak, that's a former Israeli prime minister, Netanyahu has funded $1.4 billion to Hamas, and you know. They kept on funding Hamas every month to keep them in power, to give them more power, so they keep on fighting against the PA, which is the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, so it doesn't turn into a two-state solution. That was the main thing. And if you fund a terrorist entity, by default, if you're a British citizen, UK citizen, American citizen, Canadian citizen, it makes you a terrorist if you glorify or promote this kind of shit. So, Bibi, if you disagree with this, or if you agree that it's okay for Netanyahu to fund Hamas, you're basically supporting a terrorist entity, and I think you should be locked up. And I should report you to the fucking UK government. Because I hate when people come up here and they support the terrorist governments, terrorist entities, and they want to come up here and take a high moral ground. Lazy bum, did you read the article?
Just be careful.
I haven't had the time to read the whole article. I'm sorry, but I know what's going on with temples in my country. The only question I did want to ask that actually scares me a little bit is does Israel have plans to build the second temple?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
We're on the third temple, buddy.
So, I mean, let me get back. Somebody on the stage, unfortunately, I could not see that. It mentioned that they have a reason why Hamas was provided with a whole bunch of money in 2006 by the Prime Minister. I would like to, as I mentioned, I wanted to read the excerpt from the Times of Israel and give the reason why, and you be the judge of that. I don't know if that's what the article says. So here's the article says, and then you may have a different take on it. This is the title of the article.
Just to be sure, I'm not stupid now, eh?
Please be quiet, lazy, be quiet. So here's what the topic is. Israel's support of Hamas and keeping them in power to divide and conquer and to portray a negative perspective on Palestinians' goal. That's the title of the article. And here's the first paragraph, I think. For years, the various governments led by Netanyahu took an approach that divided power between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, bringing Palestinian Authority President Abbas to his knees while keeping moves that propped up the Hamas terror group. The idea was to prevent Abbas, or anyone else in Palestine Authority, West Bank government from advancing toward establishment of a Palestinian state. This is what this article states in terms of the goal of providing funds to Hamas. If somebody was mentioning they have an idea why the money was given to Hamas, I'd like to hear that. Actually, that might be a different perspective.
There's all video footage of him saying that he was it was probably in the context of Hamas won the election, and it was the more aggressive of the two, so now he could wage war more easily.
Yes, and also what no one ever talks about in this room, do you guys know that Yasser Arafat was the Time Man of the Year? You can Google it. He's got his face on the cover of Time magazine. I'm not sure the exact year. I believe it was in the 70s. So, when the so-called Palestinian Liberation Organization... Excuse me?
Later 80s.
Later 80s. There you go. Exactly. Thank you. So this is a big problem for us in Israel because, what the PLO was doing, they were garnering worldwide support, for being anti-Israel and anti-Zionism. So this was a problem for us, and that's why Netanyahu funded Hamas. It wasn't to support terrorism. It was to take the air out of the international community's support for so-called Palestine by taking away the symbol of their so-called resistance, which was, of course, terrorism, because Arafat was a terrorist. So, I think we need to get this part straight and really articulate.
But I'm sorry, just quickly, honest Jew, for a moment I thought you were going to say that Yasser Arafat's picture was in the Time magazine because of his good look. So that's not the case, actually. Okay, sorry, I mean...
Yeah, no, I was saying was... so the main reason, look, this is a Zionist narrative is that they funded, Gazans because of the humanitarian... this is one of the things that they always say for humanitarian purposes, right? That way they can look good on the books or whatever. But the reality is it was something else to keep them quiet and whatnot and not turn into two-state. So that way they can keep on fighting. That's what Ehud Barak said. Have you heard the Ehud Barak testimony, Ali? I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, actually I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I vividly remember listening to that. Yeah.
I'll put the link in the chat for you guys.
So there's really no question about historical facts. That's there, and that's been confirmed by the previous Prime Minister of Israel, and also Amir gave the Times of Israel.
But Ali, what about now? He's giving weapons to ISIS.
That I'm not aware of.
Let me put the article in the chat from Times of Israel.
So, I got a little bit of German in my back. So that goes back to, where they're wearing little shit on the top of their helmets. Way before the Nazis. In the Middle East, everybody's all fighting all the time.
No, you got... I'm sorry, please, Lazy, go ahead and finish.
So, Ali, here's the article. This is, if you search for Islamic State, it says at the bottom. It's one of the members.
It's going to take me a while to actually read that.
Lazy bum, you don't want to read it. You're intellectually dishonest piece of shit. I told you this to go read the Hamas shit in the chat that I posted. It was an Israeli Jewish source. But, you're just a mental retard you are. I knew you were a mental retard, just here to troll. So just calm your tits down. I'm going to have a conversation with Ali. Ali, I put the article in the chat. On that article, if you look for Islamic State, it says at the bottom, the person's name is Abu Shabab. Clan Abu Shabab is identified with the Islamic State, which is ISIS. And these people were locked up under Hamas until they flattened Gaza. They let them out. And Netanyahu gave them... Lazy bum, mute up, lazy bum. I'm not talking to you. Mute up.
Interrupt
me and
mute up.
Mute up.
You suck.
Lazy bum. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth.
I'll fucking kill
you.
Shut your fucking mouth. Lazy bum.
So the last article you posted here.
Yeah, I posted the last article, Times of Israel.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
And Netanyahu came out, and you know what he said? He didn't even deny the claim that was made by Lieberman. Lieberman is one of the Knesset members.
I'm going to go to proposition to Hamas. So Israel providing guns to Gaza gang to bolster opposition to Hamas.
Stealing aid. Okay, for more than a year and a half, and we knew these gangs are and they're protected by IDF.
Okay, you're talking about this gang being ISIS? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It says in the same article. It says Abu Shabab is identified with ISIS, Islamic State. So this is what I don't get. First funding to Hamas, right? And then now giving weapons to ISIS. And they've been doing this for over a year and a half or 2 years. That way they can keep putting the blame on Hamas. And then, there's another article from the U.S. agency came out that it says Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. And guess what happened? They changed their narrative. The Zionist entity changed their freaking narrative.
I can explain why Netanyahu is doing this. It actually makes perfect sense. It's really the same explanation I just gave for the PLO and Hamas. Right now Hamas is the problem. So Netanyahu funds ISIS. And if ISIS takes over Gaza and they become a problem, then Netanyahu will fund someone to take them down. It's just a never-ending cycle, but it makes perfect sense if you're Jewish. You're just not Jewish, so you don't understand. Did I break the room?
Or just like strategic.
Exactly, it's strategic. That's what I'm saying. You get it. Because you're a little bit closer.
Matthew, you should look into these articles as well. These are Israeli Jewish sources. How Hamas blew up, and then now giving weapons to ISIS for stealing the aid. And the same gang that sells the aid in black market for 5 times the price inside Gaza. And this is all done under the supervision of IDF. IDF has given them uniforms, weaponry, a whole bunch of shit.
But then also, don't think, with Iran, Amir.
Again, with Iran. How many times I tell you, Matthew, there's a lot of noise from your microphone, bro.
To make a smooth handover in Iran. Because it's not going to be
again with Iran.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay, support comes with, a price tag. Nobody can afford it. The Saudis can't afford it.
Qataris have been funding. Baby, stop with that. Baby, stop with the bullshit. Saudi Arabia has been funding the PA. Hang on. Saudi Arabia has been funding the PA.
Saudi Arabia is even struggling because in
it's not struggling. Baby, oh my God, this woman, man. She goes on a stupid fucking tangent with nothing to back up. Okay, baby, put the link in the chat. Go on, put the link in the chat. Saudi Arabia hasn't given $1 to the Palestinian authorities. Go on. Put the fucking link in the chat now.
We're not talking about this.
Oh,
I'm talking about my country. I'm talking about.
We're not talking about. This room is not about Iran. This room is not about Iran.
Emotional security.
Stop trauma dumping on us. We're not talking about Iran, man. Stop.
But at least, right? I have a dog in
No, you don't.
Where are you from? You're Pakistani?
No, you don't. You don't have anything in this game. You live in freaking UK. You don't even go to Iran.
But I would love to, though.
Okay,
Why
okay.
don't
Do you
I?
justify,
Because of fucking
baby? I'll ask you one question. Do you justify the killing of innocent Iranian children?
Don't you get bored with yourself?
Are you okay? Are you okay with Israel killing more than 50 Iranian children in Iran during the 12-day war?
I'm not okay with Iranian government having killed.
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Iranian government. Oh my God, this woman, man.
Rape for.
I'm asking you about the Iranian children. I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about, are you okay with Israel killing more than 50 Iranian children?
Well,
Children. I'm not talking about. Oh my God. It's a yes. It's a yes or no. Don't give me fucking long this stupid bullshit statement. It's a yes or no.
Where do you get your facts from?
Answer yes or no. Answer yes or no.
When you tell me where you're from.
I said yes or no. Yes or no. If you can't answer, you can sit in the audience.
What are you asking me? Isn't this?
Oh my God.
So
like
Bibi,
this woman can't even answer about the Iranian things, man. I can't believe it.
So Bibi, Amir is asking you, would you justify killing 50 Iranian children as a result of aerial attack by Israel and subsequently by US on Iran? That's what he's asking.
No. What sick fuck is like, yeah, that's cool. I don't want to speak for Amir, but...
No, actually, the question was to BB.
It was question to the BB.
That's not my opinion. I was just asking BB because that's the question.
It's just a yes or no question, but this woman doesn't want to answer any yes or no. She goes on a tangent, doesn't answer any questions. No questions. Doesn't add any value to the conversation. Just a bullshitter. You come on this app and you fucking make up bullshit in every room and you said nothing. You go into every room, you even go into the Zionist room, always talk about Iran. Even the room is not even about Iran. Matthew, do you have any question, Matthew?
Yeah, I do actually.
I mean, excuse me.
Earlier.
It's not
No, it's okay, BB, just mute up. You took forever. Now, Matthew. Hold on. It's on Matthew.
So Zionism predates World War II. So why I mention that is Zionism about just having some presence in the Holy Land, or was it always from the get-go to basically the Greater Israel Project?
It started, it came from their Jewish religion. It was a religious Zionism, right? Around, I think, 200 AD or something, it died down. And then it got picked up by, I think, the Christians in 18th century, 1800s. You have the evangelical Christians, right? They started this movement, Zionism, whatever. And then you have these. There's somebody that coined the term in 1890, and then you had Theodor Herzl. Actually, in 1885, I believe. And then you have Theodor Herzl. That's another Zionist. He He was a founding father of Israel, and he was part of the movement, the Zionist movement. And in 1897 they had a Congress. It was a conference, a Zionist conference. They were thinking about other places like Uganda, Argentina, a whole bunch of places, right? But the problem they were having is how do we convince the people to bring them to the land, right? So Palestine would be easy to convince them because Palestine is next to, in Jerusalem, right? We have Jerusalem there, which is the Holy Land to the Jewish people, right? Now, when it was under Ottoman Empire, it was called Philistine. And under Ottoman Empire, they allowed the limited amount of migration into that land because they were against Zionism. You see what I'm saying? And then you had the World War I that happened. What was it? What was it? I'm gonna have to check the date. I'm not good with the dates. Before it was, I think it happened between 1912 to 1915 or something for 2 or 3 years. And then you had in 1917 they had the Balfour Declaration. That was a promise. It was addressed to the Rothschild. Right? They made a deal. They wanted, the Jewish state inside the British Mandate Palestine. and there was a lot of skirmishes. Right, the skirmishes happened between the Arabs and the British and the Jewish people. Right.
Yeah,
But if you look
I
at
know
the
nothing about that period of loss. I've often wondered. It's like, because no story, stories are written by the victors, right? So one side is story, but my understanding up until recently was just basically that everyone kind of moved in and it was, welcomed with open arms. But that isn't true because nothing ever goes like that. So, yeah.
Like the kibbutz, people are like going out there and setting up like settlements, helping. Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
So Matthew, the way I understood Zionism when I read some of their books and stuff, you had Theodor Herzl. He had said some problematic stuff, right, in relate to how do we ethnically cleanse a certain group of people. You had Eliezer ben Yehuda. He's the one that revived the Hebrew language. People would actually read the Hebrew language, but they would not have conversation in Hebrew language. So what he did, he actually isolated his kid for, I believe, 5 or 8 years, right? And he exposed him to the Hebrew language that he has revived. And then in 1921, he convinced the British mandate to nationalize the language, right? With a bunch of Zionist buddies, even though the Jews in Jerusalem, they condemned him. They excommunicated, they told him to get lost. We're not going to adopt your language. He created a school in 1929. After 1920, anybody spoke in different languages, they would get their ass whooped. There was an article in Haaretz that was reported. You had another, massacre happened that in 1929. They always bring it up. The Zionists always bring this up. But it was a massacre from both sides. The Arabs got killed, the Jews got killed, and some of the Arabs even protected the Jews. So there was rumor, whatnot, that they were going to take over Masjid al-Aqsa. You see what I'm saying? And that's a holy place to the Muslims.
Yeah, I know that. Are you talking about the...
It's called Hebron Massacre. That's what it's called.
The Brown Massacre, if I Google
Hebron Massacre, Hebron. The Zionists always bring this up, Hebron Massacre. But it was from both sides. The massacres happened on both sides. But the Arabs, it was actually more from the Arabs than the Jews got killed. And then, moving along, you have, there was Arab, the Arabs even revolted against the British because they got pissed off and tired that how the hell are you going to allow the mass migration to happen, right? In 1930s, there was an Arab revolt. Actually, they did a Hawaiian transfer agreement between the Nazis and the Zionists in 1933. Right, they got about, I think, 40 to 60,000 Jews to come to British Mandate Palestine. They made a deal with it, and moving along, about 1936, between 1936 to 1938 or 39, there was a Arab revolt that took place. Right, it was they revolted against the British Mandate to fight off, because they got pissed off and tired that why are you allowing the mass migration of the Jews into this place? Because the Jewish people, they will come in, they'll open up their businesses, take over some properties, buy some properties, and they wouldn't hire the Arab people. They would hire their own people, and there was a lot of this crazy shit that was going on back then. So, and they revolted, and plus they brought a whole bunch of disease with them, and there was a lot of shit going on, right? And so they revolted against the British. And British came out with the Peel Commission report, I believe, in 1937. And then after the Peel Commission report, they came out with the White Papers, which was issued in 1939. And they decided, British essentially decided not to give the Jews the state. And, they said it's going to be a Palestinian state from 10 years from now. So from 1939, there would have been a Palestinian state by the 1949. And British saw these people as terrorists because what they did in 1937, these Zionists, what they did, they they booby-trapped cucumber boxes, milk containers, which blew up at the restaurants and whatnot. That ended up killing 20, 30 Arabs, or almost 50 or 100 Arabs, different places. And it's called Black Sunday. If you look it up, right, you'll come across a Wikipedia link, and then look at the aftermath of what they did. It was very disturbing. Somebody wants to come up. Let's see. And moving along. So in 1939, after the White Papers, what they did, there was a Jewish militia gang called Lehi, 1940. So what they did, they approached Nazi to get help from them to get rid of the British mandate. And the Nazi came out and they're like, nope, we're not going to help you. So what they did, they started slowly preparing, started doing some small attacks, on that land against the British, right? In 1945, they actually killed one of the leaders, the British mandate leader in Cairo. In 1946, they did the King Hotel. They were bombing and other types of attacks, like train tracks and whatnot. And then in 47, they actually killed two commander from the British mandate. And there's a lot of these crazy shit that they did on that land. So that's why the partition plan was issued in 47, and British was not part of it because they saw these people as fucking terrorist motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? And British wasn't with the plan of the Jewish state. So that's the partition plan was on the table and whatnot, and Arabs denied it because it was unfair.
So wait a minute. So the block of Israel was sort of carved out on a map, and then they just let them fight each other.
Yeah. So no, they got attacked. The British mandate, there was terrorist attacks on their property and whatnot, on their people. You see what I'm saying? So this state was created by terrorizing British mandate, right? They were running the show, and they terrorized Palestinians as well. So in 47, what they did, what was it? So you know how I told you about the letter bonds were received to Harry Truman, the president? You heard it, right? I said it earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, and so after the denial of the partition plan, which was unfair, right? Because the Arabs got a smaller piece of a land, and they were in majority. Jews got a bigger piece of land, and they were in minority. And after they denied it, according to the UN report, according to Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, these are Jewish, Israeli historians, and they started going from one village to another to ethnically cleanse them. You see what I'm saying? And they did the ethnic cleansing, and then they started going from one village to another. Yeah, let me give you a UN report. Hold on.
Matthew, don't believe a word of what he says. He's making it up along the way.
The Israelis are not even denying this.
Joe, hang on, Joe, please, let me continue.
My bad.
You're coming in the middle. You're coming late. Check the link in the chat, and can you do me a favor, Matthew? Read the second paragraph to the room. I put the link in the chat. This is from the UN.
In November 1947, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution partitioning Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab, with Jerusalem under an administration. The Arab world rejected the plan, arguing that it was unfair and violated the UN Charter. Jewish militias launched attacks against the Palestinian villages, forcing thousands to flee. The situation escalated into a full-blown war in 1948, with the end of the British mandate and the departure of British forces, the declaration of independence of the State of Israel, and new entry to neighboring and the entry of neighboring Arab armies. The newly established Israel force launched a major offensive. The result of the war was the permanent displacement of more than 500,000 Palestinians. Yeah,
Let me clarify some of the stuff for you. Let me clarify some of the stuff. So after they started doing ethnic cleansing, right, it turned into full-blown war because they called it Israel. They took over the borders, right? They put a line across the map, and they called it Israel. Okay. After they called it Israel, a lot of Palestinians, they were pissed off. How the fuck is this possible? Right? We were ethnically cleansed. We were kicked out of their homes or whatever, and that's why the neighbors came in and they helped them out. And guess what? They weren't even well prepared. It was less than 40,000 soldiers, They didn't have proper equipment, proper weaponry. They didn't have proper uniform, and there was a lot that was, they weren't trained either. And the other side was well trained. The Zionists, they've served in the military, they've served in the British, they served, they were well trained. And so they won the so-called war after taking over. They won the so-called war. You had the UN mediator. His name was Barndot. He was a special mediator. He knew what the Jews have gone through during Holocaust. He was very, he would sympathize or empathize with the Jews. He knew, so he comes around, and he wanted to mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews. He's writing up a whole bunch of reports, whatever, going back and forth. And he was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by Jewish militia in 1948. All right? In 1949, in spite of this person getting assassinated, right, and UN Security Council, they actually recognized the Israeli state. And how did they do it? I'll tell you how. So the U.S. was the first country in 1948 to recognize a Jewish state. All right? And 49, the U.S. actually forced the UN to recognize it because the people that were on the partition plan, the U.S. did the arm twisting of the leaders. Either will offer, take away the aid for not, recognizing the Jewish state and do a whole bunch of crazy shit. You see what I'm saying? So there was a lot of arm twisting that happened in 1947, 48, 49. And guess what? The Nakba, right, they call it Nakba. The Palestinian Nakba is called catastrophe. The Nakba did not end in 48. It kept on going on from 49. 49 is the year when the UNRWA was created. UNRWA is the agency that works under the UN that feeds them in Gaza. That more than for 2 million Gazans, they feed them, school them, give them medical service, and they've been there since 1949. Now, what ended up happening, so in 49, 40, 50, 51, 52, up till 1956, there were still some villages, right, that had Palestinians. So they would cherry pick people that they wanted to keep it under 20%. They would cherry pick people who gets to stay, who doesn't get to stay. They would load it up on the back of the fucking truck and they would throw them, dump them in Gaza or other places. And that just went on till 1956. And what they did in 1950, they went to Iraq and a whole bunch of other places. There's an Iraqi Jew. He actually wrote a book. In his book, he writes that these people, the Zionists, they came to Iraq. They did fake bomb attacks to terrorize the shit out of the Jews, that, Jews are under attack. And guess what? So that way they can populate Israel. And they did it in multiple countries where people of those countries got scared that these people are here and they're going to fucking do fake bomb attacks, which would end up killing our people. You see what I'm saying, Matthew? And this was part of the Zionist project, to populate a place called Israel, which they just created because nobody wanted to move to Israel. They were happy living in other places, in Iraq and a whole bunch of other countries. There were some skirmishes and whatnot, but that ended up happening after the creation of this Jewish state because it was done by force. So when you look at all these facts, right, religiously, right, I know you're evangelical, whatever, religiously, why would somebody support this state called Israel religiously when it was only created in 1948? It's like a young state, about 76, 78 years ago. It doesn't make sense to me when someone brings up the religious card.
Well, the Israelites and the Hebrews, they lay claim to it for like 3,000 years, but the most recent argument is, if Jews are the full and real representation of the tribes of Israel of the day, there was 12 tribes of Israel. I'm not into this stuff, but we're getting into essentially prophecy. Yeah, but one thing I will say from a practical standpoint, I don't see how in basically the complete eradication of one or the other. I just don't see how, and that's not the solution but I just don't see there ever being peace until. I wouldn't. If someone killed my family, I'd never forget, and I'd tried to do everything to get back at them. And so it goes.
Matthew, that's what these people have been doing since 1947 up till now. So before, right, it was Gaza. From 1947 up till 1967, right? And then after 1967, the war, they started a new war with Egypt. Israel was the first one to shoot a rocket into Egypt. All right. Now, Israeli narrative is, it was a preemptive attack. They had a whole bunch of soldiers lined up. If we would not have attacked, they would have attacked, which actually doesn't make sense. I have statements from Israeli top officials, a former Israeli Prime Minister, Menachem Begin. Literally, I have a statement from that person says, it was all bluff. We didn't have to attack. We weren't going to get attacked. And there's a statement from a chief of IDF that said the same thing. So they've been poking the bear, and what they did after the 1967, they won the so-called war, which was backed up by a whole bunch of countries like Western countries. They took over West Bank. They call it Judean Samaria according to the scriptures. And that place, the first thing they did after taking over 1967, they started building settlements. They start building settlements. They slowly, they start doing a whole bunch of crazy shit in the West Bank. And they started setting it like a proper apartheid with two sets of laws. Oh, we got laws for the Israeli settlers, and then we got laws for the Palestinians.
I think Netanyahu literally thinks he's in the end times, as he would understand it. I'm serious about that, because I fully do think that he's going to invade the whole Greater Israel project. He's put on soldiers' arm, but I mark my words, like in a decade from now, that could be a very real possibility. And it's horrible. War for nothing, but just to expand your territory's borders.
Yeah, but the Greater Israel project, I don't know if it's gonna happen or not. Right? They have stolen the land, right? Like the Sheba farm between Israel and Lebanon, they've stolen that land. It was a disputed land between Lebanon and Syria. They have taken over Golan Heights in Syria. They have taken over buffer zone in Syria. They have bombed the shit out of Syria, killed a bunch of people. You know how many settlers live in the West Bank? More than 700,000. Do you know amongst the 700,000, more than 70,000 are American? Can you believe it? Illegal settlers.
Yeah, that's.
And guess what? They're committing crimes against Palestinians. And when they commit crimes against Palestinians, they can't call their the local Palestinians cannot call the PA, Palestinian Authority. If they do that, they won't even show up. They're like, no, we're not dealing with Israelis, right? And if they call IDF will come and they will actually protect the settler committing crimes, and they will arrest the Palestinian. They'll beat them up and then they'll arrest them. Like, well, what kind of law is this? Fucking apartheid.
Yeah, it sounds horrible. I can't. Plus,
you know what I'm saying? I would suggest you look into it more if you want me to give you some books and stuff.
Right, so it's not like they could just leave either.
And I can provide you a documentary. It's called Tantura from 1948. Literally, you have elderly IDF soldiers laughing about how they raped little kids and went from one village to another. They killed people. They're laughing while talking about the history. Let me put the link in the chat. If you have time, hour, 2 hours, watch the Tantura. That's a very famous documentary. Let me see. Let me put the link in the chat.
Yeah, please do.
Some time ago, when 2 years ago, actually a year and a half ago, there were a lot of rooms and discussing about this conflict, and the Jewish people were very active. And there were some Jewish historians that were talking about this conflict, and they were speaking as if Israeli has done no wrong, and give it kind of a history from their perspective. So I asked him a question: that is there anything that Israel has done wrong in terms of, let's say, cruelty, crimes, and the rest of the stuff, and torture? They could not give me one example of it. So we are kind of seeing the same thing here in this room. Amir, as much as I like him, he is not presenting, unless he can tell me different, that one party is completely innocent, has not done anything wrong. I'm talking about the Palestinian and particularly Hamas. And then Israelis have done all of the wrong things. It cannot be black and white like that. That's kind of, and Amir can come back and comment on this. And that's what you hear when, how can I say this? When you're so passionate about something, you're not willing to accept or at least say, okay, these are few things that Hamas has done wrong and Israel has done wrong. I'm sorry, the Palestinians have done wrong. They could have done better. You don't hear that. I mean, maybe Amir can talk about this a little bit more. So next thing I wanted to, just 1 second. I wanted to read, Amir, thank you for putting this article in here, which is really stunning. This is the, okay, so the article, this is regarding the Prime Minister of Israel actually helping a group, and I'm going to read the first paragraph in here. This is really telling. So this is from the Times of Israel, the Times of Israel. Yes. So the title is Israel providing guns to Gaza gang to bolster opposition to Hamas. Security cabinet was here's the article. Security cabinet, this is Security Cabinet of Israel, was not informed of plan to start arming Abu Shabab group, which was created in Rafah last year and has its root in looting aid trucks. And the article continues, Israel has been arming criminal gang in Gaza Strip as part of an effort to strengthen opposition to Hamas in the enclave. Defense sources confirmed on Thursday following remarks on the matter by former Defense Minister Lieberman and Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, later confirmed the report, saying the move helped save Israeli soldiers' lives. So then, if you keep reading, there is somebody is saying that the head of this group, Abu Shahab, is somehow linked to some ISIS kind of linkage to that.
Identified.
That's what Lieberman charged. This is what he says. Lieberman says the Israeli government is giving weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with Islamic State in this ISIS at the direction of the Prime Minister. Lieberman charged, to my knowledge, this did not go through approval by the cabinet. So this is really, really interesting. I don't know. So I think the reason that the Prime Minister has two, one is presumably it is saving Israeli soldiers, and second, now I can better understand why the project of feeding people in Gaza, a lot of difficulties in terms of the looting of the truck and the rest of it, and this group has something to do with that. But I have not seen anything that's confirming that this Abu Shabab is actually connected to the ISIS, with the exception of what the Lieberman says, and he does not provide any sources. So anyway, I would like to see if this is not a good thing. I mean, somebody said in the audience, on the stage, that this is a good strategy from the Israelis' part. The same thing that they did with Hamas. This also makes sense. I'm not quite sure if it's a sensible. And the reason for it is by losing the trucks, and actually people, there's no food, and people take the food away, and I'm sure that it gets, kept somewhere and sold in the black market, probably 100 times more than what it's worth. So it's not a good thing.
The second thing that I wanted to do now, and then I'd like to hear Amir's comments on the assertion that I made on the early part of my comment. So when on the 8th, October 8th, the day after October 7th, Antonio Gutierrez, the Secretary of State General of the United Nations, made a statement which I thought is profound, and it was really a balanced statement, and he was criticized heavily, immediately by the Israelis, and particularly the Prime Minister. Here's what the statement says. This is what the Secretary of the United Nations said. Protecting civilians can never mean using them as human shields. Protecting civilians does not mean ordering more than 1 million people to evacuate to the south, where there is no shelter, no food, no water, no medicine, and no fuel, and then continuing to bomb the south itself. It is important to also recognize the attack by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum, Gutierrez said. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They have seen their land steadily devoured by settlement and plagued by violence, their economy stifled, their people displaced, and their homes demolished. But the grievances of the Palestinian people cannot justify the appalling attack by Hamas. And these appalling attacks cannot justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. And that's where the statement ends. In a sense, no party is immune from claiming that they have not done wrong things in terms of taking lives, attacking civilians, and committing cruelties. So I want to hear a balance, kind of reporting of what's going on. And I don't, at times I don't hear that. And particularly this room here, it's a passionate room. I mean, he's a passionate man about this cause. But I like him also to point out some of the things that the Palestinian and Hamas, either politically or militarily or terrorist activities that they have committed as well. But you don't hear that.
I don't mind. Ali, the problem is I don't mind condemning Hamas. There's Palestinians that come into this room. They don't. Some of them don't even support the Hamas. It's not a big deal for pro-Pali to condemn Hamas. The issue is from the Israeli side. They not once they have condemned the IDF. Do me a favor. Look for Zionists on this app that's willing to condemn Netanyahu, that's willing to condemn the IDF, and I'll be like, whoa, I'll be amazed. I don't mind condemning this, act or whatever. And how could there be a balance when you have a group of people that have been oppressed and suppressed for over, 70 years? That's the part I don't get. Like, how do you find a balance in this? When you see the oppression, they tried everything, a peace deal, this and that. Hamas could be terrorists. Yes, there was crossfires that happened on 7th of October. Yes, innocent people died. There's people, I'm sure, at the rape party, people did get raped. But every time they bring up the Hamas claim, I ask them a question. Can you give me the name of the person that got raped? No names. Can you give me the person of the 40 beheaded babies? Is it true? I had recently had somebody come into the space 2 days ago. She literally said 40 beheaded babies. I'm like, can you provide evidence? Literally, the president of America had to, walk back on his statement because it was debunked. So, and related to Hamas, yes, there's bad apples and there's good apples. Hamas was actually elected under Jimmy Carter, democratically. But the issue was they started this shit. They didn't want Hamas to turn it into Islamists or whatever. They pushed them. They fought them off with the Fatah and whatnot, and they pushed them into Gaza. And they arrested a whole bunch of their leaders. So Hamas, when they took over Gaza, they decided to shoot some rockets, to get back at them and to get the people released. And what did Israel do? Blockade the whole fucking place. Even when they left in 2005, it was under occupation, according to international, organizations like UN and whatnot. They could not even go past 7 miles on water. The airspace was occupied. It was under occupation by Israel. The borders, 6 out of 7 of them were were run by Israel, and then there was one that was run by Egypt. Egypt literally freaking cooperated with Israel to stop anything that comes in and out. And I actually cornered an Egyptian into this room. I said, why did they do a blockade? Egyptian couldn't even answer the question. They're like, yeah, fucking government, this and that. So I don't mind criticizing Hamas. I don't mind. But the problem is, you cannot find a balance. In this genocide, you want me to find balance? That, I gotta take the middle ground. It doesn't work like that, Ali. You see what I'm saying? I understand. Maybe you're trying to find a balance. You're not gonna find a balance. And I am kind of biased because the issue is they've been oppressed and suppressed. It's just like apartheid South Africa. And, tomorrow, you don't know if America is going to come out and be like, oh, Hamas is no longer terrorist, just like what they did in Syria. But what are you going to do then? You think America is going to look out for, to find a balance on this? Literally, that guy is part of Al-Qaeda in Syria. There was about, $10 million award on his head. They took him off the list. And sure, there's bad apples in there that have committed crimes. They probably did some crossfire. They killed innocent civilians. But the issue is we don't have any fucking evidence. And the evidence that we have, the evidence doesn't show that they're, there was people that got raped or whatever. I'm not denying that. Rape is a big, big thing. But the issue is every time you corner them and ask them questions, can you give me the name of the person that got raped? Nothing. The person that I recently heard, which is very, very famous, she was under Hamas captivity. She was released. And guess what? Her personal trainer inside Israel raped her. She didn't get raped by Hamas, but she got raped by her personal trainer on the inside Israel. So I don't know. How do you want me to balance this? I just don't get it. How do I balance it? How should I balance it according to you, Ad?
So maybe the balance was not a good word to use. I was not talking about equality and balance and the rest of it. I was asking, and you gave some examples, that when we talk about all of the atrocities committed by Israel in the last 56 years, there are bad things being also done by Palestinians and by Hamas. And then what happened conveniently, you put the bad actions of, let's say, Hamas into the category, there's some bad apples in any, basket of apples. And one could have just extended the same thing to the Israel and to say this IDF soldiers who committed, I don't have the reports, but according to what you're saying and others, rapes and killing children and raping children, one also could say these were, IDF bad apples, and this is not the policy of the IDF as a military organization. So I think the same kind of bad apple stuff can go back and forth. That's the only assertion I'll make. I was not talking about balancing. Of course, there cannot be a balance just because Israel is a superpower as it goes with this conflict, or any conflict actually in this region. There's just no match for it, period. And of course, they have to thank America for supporting them. So that's all I wanted to say.
If I give you statements from the commander of IDF, Yoav Gallant, if I give you statements from Ben Gvir, Smotrich, these are government officials that are saying genocidal shit, and literally that's what's happening to the Palestinians. What do you want me to make out of that? This is how Omar Barthel, he's an Israeli Jew. This is how he came to that's how he concluded the intention, using their statements and what the actions that are happening to the Gazans. Right? And you cannot say some idea. We have videos, evidence of them committing crimes against Gazans. We have a whole bunch of data. Hind Rajah Foundation has collected, clips and data on thousands of IDF soldiers. You literally have Netanyahu, war criminal by ICC. Yoav Gallant, the same son of a gun that made a statement. Netanyahu made a statement about Amalek, Prime Minister of Israel. And if I read you quotes from all the Zionists, I have some crazy, they look at Palestinians as grasshoppers, cockroaches, whole bunch of crazy shit. And you can make the argument that Palestinians have said certain things as well. Sure, they have said it. But who's the occupier? According to international law, somebody that occupies it, you cannot treat them like animals. And that's what they've been treating them as, like animals. One, you make the statement. Other, you're treating them just like what you say. That's where the intention comes in. And that's where I have a problem when somebody tries to take, I'm going to take a neutral position. I'm going to try to find a common ground in the middle. You cannot find a common ground. One is the oppressor. The other people are getting oppressed. One is the suppressor. The other one are getting suppressed by who? By the bigger entity, more powerful entity, backed up by America. Who is it? Israel. Israel is a threat to society, to Syria, to Lebanon, to West Bank, to Gaza, to Yemen, to a whole bunch of countries in the Middle East, to Iran. And whoever at this moment, trying to take a neutral position, trying to look the other side, you can look all day long. On the world stage, the only place or the only country that's looking bad or only disgusting entity is actually Israel. You can look whichever way. You want me to take that side? I don't mind condemning Hamas. I don't really give two fucks because a lot of people that come into this room, they don't even support Hamas.
And actually, let me just make some comments. I've seen one or two clips at least that I've seen the Israelis, leaders, commanders, military men, at a very high level, they are giving speech to a group of soldiers in the field. You hear sometimes generals, they go out there to encourage and they give these speeches to the soldier. So, and his tone was horrific in terms of what the mission of the soldiers is in this war. So when a general set a tone like that, I'm agreeing with you. And then you hear a prime minister actually making a comments that the soldiers who hear this, they find justification, they find support, they find agreement in going out of their way or doing things that they would have not done if the military leaders and the political leaders would have asked them not to do certain things. So I do agree with you, and that's just the tone. That's the kind of the direction, and give the justification for a soldier to do certain things which he should not be doing. So I do agree with you. I've seen a couple of clips on that. There's probably more information on the prime minister saying certain things or the cabinet members saying, which I don't have available. If you post them, I can look at it. But thank you for that.
Even related to history, when I was telling Matthew, I said, yes, there were skirmishes that happened from the Arabs. Arabs revolted against the British. I was actually honest on this. There's historical facts on this. I could have just, whitewashed the whole history or Palestinian washed the history. No. Palestinians were living side by side. No, there were some skirmishes. And this is where a lot of pro-Palis, they make this statement. No, they were living side by side. No, they were not. There were skirmishes because they hated the mass migration. Now there were some villages that were living side by side, no problems. And you would not believe it. According to the historical fact, some of those Jewish neighbors, they sold their addresses, their family names, and everything. They sold out their names, properties, who lives in such and such property, to the Jewish militias. And it was very problematic. When I heard about that, their neighbors sold them out. It fucked me up. It's like, what are these people into? Why would they sell out their neighbors? It's because they're very tribalistic. And Zionists, they became tribalistic. Even though there was a lot of Jewish folks, they condemned Zionism. Jews from Germany, Jews from Jerusalem, Jews from all over the place, they condemned Zionism. But when it came down to, Jewish militias going from one village to another, they sold them out. They sold out their neighbors. Some of them, they were babysitting each other's kid. But, there was sort of like hostility because they wanted to take over, turn it into Israel. There was a lot of hostility because you're coming over to my property and trying to take over my property. What do you want me to do? I have to resist. So they've been resisting since 1947, but what do you do? And there are bad apples.
Yeah, in terms of this one, if there are two conflicting, or two opposing kind of groups, and one is by far stronger than the other one, there is something, called the contact theory, or its contact hypothesis, if you want to call it. The idea is that if you bring the most opposite of two highly hostile and opposing groups, bring them together, they will understand each other better, and they can reduce the group's conflict. In this case, you can talk about Israel and Palestinian, or Northern Ireland and UK. And people have done this, Israelis and the Palestinian young people, the university students, and the rest of it. But here's the problem. The problem is it is very hard and difficult. And this idea, this contact theory, contact hypothesis, it really doesn't work, because for it to work, the people have to be on an equal footings in terms of the balance of power. That's where it works. When you have one group, which Palestinian, compare that with Israelis, it's just one, as I mentioned, just by far more powerful in every aspect, from the economic, money, and the military, and the rest of it. So they hold all of the cards in a sense. And so, it's difficult to have to bring in these two groups, together. It just, I wish it could work. We all wish for that. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the problem is, Lee, if let's say you were on that land, right, and your mom, dad, sister, brother had been slaughtered, raped, sexually assaulted, and pretty much every other Palestinian in the West Bank and and Gaza, they've been to Israeli prison, the dungeon, right, where according to B'Tselem reports, B'Tselem is a human rights organization. You know how they torture Palestinians? Like if it's guys, they would literally, squeeze their balls and do a whole bunch of crazy shit. I have a testimony from a Palestinian prisoner. He was in Israeli prison with two more guys. I'll put the link in the chat for you. And what they did, they chained him up, right? And they had, I don't know how they did it. They got the dog to, shove his dick into the guy's ass. And they did it to like three guys. I'll put the link in the chat. His testimony. Now it bothers me because there's a lot of these things that we can't believe this shit, right? We can't believe it. It would be like fuck no. And this is the type of torture. They had the right to rape protest that's going on. That happened inside Israel. Literally, rabbi blessing up, IDF soldier for raping a Palestinian prisoner, shoving a pole up his asshole. And there's a lot, and then they're debating in Knesset: is it okay to rape a Palestinian? And then you have reports from B'Tselem, that talks about this, and then you have what you call it, the women's are 61. There's case 61% of Israeli men, they don't look at forced sex with their acquaintance as rape. I can provide you that article in the chat. It's from Haaretz newspaper. And you have reports that the women in the Knesset, about, what was it, more than 70% of women or 80% of women have been sexually assaulted in shape or form. And right now, there's a, what was it, Ben Gavir came out, he said he wants to stop the protests on the roads and near synagogues. The Attorney General, they're going after her, they want to fire her, and it's because of because it's she's going after these people because they're getting in the way of laws and whatever. And there's a lot of this culture where they don't respect women inside Israel, and there's a report of inside the military where there's been girls, IDF soldiers, women IDF soldiers getting raped by their IDF men soldiers. There's a lot of these reports out there. If you look into it, you'll be amazed. You'll be like, what the fuck? The more and more you try to open up, it's like a can of worms. And I've been running these rooms for about 9 or 10 months, right? But I learned a lot more shit from everybody and doing my own research and reading up on it and whatnot, And I'm still learning. More and more stuff is more coming out, and it's very problematic. And yes, Palestinians, yes, there's some crazy shit that's going on Palestinian side or whatever. They do kill some of their people if they're spy or whatever. They done this in the past, and even right now, I think they killed 1 or 2 people that were spying on their people. And the Zionist talking point, they'll bring out, they got the murder fund, like somebody becomes a shaheed or whatever in the West Bank. But that fund is actually, when you actually dive into it, if they're getting altercation with the settler, right? They get locked up and they're the only breadwinner. This fund actually helps the Palestinian family until he comes out of that prison, that dungeon, because what it does, they get locked up under administrative detention without due process, and it gets renewed every 6 to 9 months. So while he's locked up, who's going to feed his family? That's where that account comes into place. And this is I'm giving you Zionist talking points. I even said about the Hebron massacre to Matthew. I don't usually say it, but I want to give him the full facts. This is Zionist. And they even bring up the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, which actually approached Hitler because he saw the Zionists as a threat, just like the British saw the Zionists as a threat. So he wanted a state for his own people. He saw these people as a threat.
Amir, I want to say something. It's their money, like the money that the Israeli government would pay the Palestinian Authority. It's the tax money, like the Israeli people, they collect the tax from the Palestinian people and then they give it to the government, and the government has assigned part of it to the families of the detained people. But this whole hypothesis isn't working. Yes, you said it yourself. People on both sides are doing horrible things because people are gonna still be people forever. So the hate should stop, because as long as we're
it's one side that genociding the other side. Mr. Chico, it's only one side that genociding the other side.
Yes, true.
Yeah, it's not the other. Yeah, it's not both sides.
True.
Both sides. Oh, hold on. You didn't listen to the whole context. You just came out. I said there's couple things. Hold on. Did you not hear the murder fund? I'm saying it to defend. That's how they support the people that get locked up when they fight with settlers. I didn't say the bad people. Yeah. There are certain bad apples in there that do a couple bad things here and there, but there's reasons behind it, and there's some things are problematic, some are not problematic. But the biggest problematic shit, it comes out of Israel. That's genociding Palestinians.
Yeah, I understand. And Israel is a criminal state, but you need to know something. The government that's with Netanyahu right now wasn't there before, and that Netanyahu, he supported Hamas. Like, he was allowing the fund to come to Hamas from Qatar because he wanted it to be strong, because he wanted to divide.
Right now, Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS to steal the aid in Gaza.
He did it, yes. So he encouraged.
Not
the
sometimes. Right now, Mr. Chico. Right now.
Yeah, he would. I would believe it. Yes, I don't know, but I would believe it. Yes, that he would do that.
It's from the Israeli source. From Times of Israel. I put the article in the chat. You can read up on it.
I believe it, but my point is still there is some extremists from both sides. As long as those extremists will still be there, there will be no solution. And according to the balance,
extremists are built thanks to Israel. If Israel wasn't killing them, wasn't butchering them, and when you look at the Hamas, they're all a bunch of orphans running around with weapons.
Yeah, true.
Okay, how did they become orphans? I would become an extremist. If you killed my mother or dad or my brother, I would become extremist. I don't give two fucks.
True. I'm not blaming them. They were created, but for us who care about the Palestinian situation, we need to consider the reality. we don't need to look on why it happened right now. People are getting killed. So if we wanted this to stop, there is no other solution but the two-state solution, or they will eliminate it for good. Like, consider what's happening. Deal with the reality.
Mr. Chico, Palestinians have been ready for a while to make the ceasefire. Even when they relate to the last ceasefire they did, on day one, do you know what these fuckers did? The Israelis, they killed a 15-year-old boy in Gaza. You should look into it. If you want data, I can give you the article. Okay? 15-year-old boy was killed on phase one, day one of the fucking phase one ceasefire.
Yeah, I know. They broke
they came out, the mediators came out, they said Hamas is ready to make the deal. Netanyahu is not responding on purpose. Okay? And Hamas has been ready to make the deal. They were looking for a permanent ceasefire before, but Netanyahu would not agree, and they wanted to keep the channel open for the ceasefire, plan or whatever. But Netanyahu, hold on, Chico, hold on. Netanyahu is the one that did the whole fucking, the ceasefire shit, and it's Netanyahu that's stopping the ceasefire from happening.
Because as long as Hamas is there,
it's nothing to do with Hamas, Chico. They're making the deal with Hamas.
There will be no deal with Hamas. They cannot live as a country.
How did they, Chico? How did they make the deal on phase one with Hamas there?
And was it respected? Like, did they respect it?
Yes, they did. Chico, they did respect it. Oh my God, they broke it for a different reason. That's what I'm telling you.
No, they broke it after they took some hostages.
Do you know? Oh my God, who took some hostages?
The Israeli people. They took some of their hostages.
And Palestinians received some of the hostages, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Hold on the last day before. I'll give you what happened. Okay. What ended up happening on like a week prior to it, prior to the end of this so-called ceasefire. Netanyahu did not want to continue with the phase two. Okay. And Hamas wanted phase two. They said we can move to the phase two, and we're willing to release the hostages. But what did Netanyahu do? He said, no, I want extension. He wanted a 42 days extension on the phase one. So what they did, they approached Donald Trump. Donald Trump got in touch directly with Steve Witkoff, directly with Hamas. Okay, and what they did, they made a deal with Hamas. And Hamas released one hostage in good faith. It was an American-Israeli soldier. They released one hostage in good faith. They thought that Trump would be able to make the deal go through. What ended up happening is, since America made a direct deal with Hamas, Netanyahu came out. He started an Israeli, envoy and American envoy, and the president. They were arguing over why the fuck would you approach a Hamas? This blah 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 bullshit. And literally, Netanyahu, Trump said, yeah, they can make deal. We make deal with Hamas. It's okay. We can make the deal. And literally, Hamas did this, and Trump did it to mock Netanyahu, that if we can make the deal, why aren't you able to make the fucking deal? And what did Netanyahu do? He went back and forth with the American government, American administration, and then suddenly, America backed off. America said, okay, we're going to back out of the deal, and you deal with your own problem. So what Netanyahu did on the second day after, America backed out, they started shooting and killing people in Palestine, in Gaza. All right. So who violated? It's Israel. So Israel is always fucking killing people. Israel is the one that doesn't want to do the ceasefire. It has nothing to do with fucking Hamas. It was never about the hostages. It's never about nothing. And they don't have electricity for over a year and a half.
Why don't you get it? It's a political game. Yes, you're speaking right. Morally and ethically, Netanyahu's a piece of shit. Yes. But to win a political game, a war game, you cannot think like this. This way of thinking, the approach.
I'm not thinking. What approach am I taking? What approach?
Like, you're trying to prove it that Netanyahu is lying piece of shit.
It's not just Netanyahu. It's not just Netanyahu. Dr. Chico, it's the whole. Chico, it's not just Netanyahu. It's a whole fucking Zionist entity.
Yeah. I'm with you on this. Yes.
Then why are you just putting the blame on Netanyahu?
Because he's the one playing that scene. Because other people like Rabin, they did Oslo, and then people like Netanyahu killed Isaac Rabin. You know, so after all, they're just people. You know.
Do you think Ben Gavir is a genocidal psychopath?
He's a piece of shit. Yes.
Okay, and Smotrich.
Criminal. Yes, those are psychopaths.
Amichai Eliyahu. What about him?
I don't even know who this is.
Okay, he's a genocidal. He said we should kill all of them in Gaza.
Yeah, so he's an extremist. But if there's no hate, you cannot use this kind of political agenda. You cannot apply
22 members of the parliament, of the Knesset, out of 34, they passed the bill, right? Thanks to Katz, the defense minister, to survey northern Gaza, how they're gonna build settlements in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just Netanyahu; it's the whole fucking Zionist regime.
You cannot use this agenda. You cannot put it into work if there is no incident like the 7th of October. And no, history did not start.
You think it started the 7th of October?
I know.
Then why you bring the 7th of October?
Because this is how the world works. This is how the politics works. It's an incident on a place and a time. Regardless of what happened before, the impact would be when it happened, how the world seen it, you know? So when people would come to say, oh, it did not start there, look at the history, the world wouldn't care. No one would look at the history and go to study.
Everybody looks at the history. They look at the history.
The masses won't do this, you know? And
Bro,
then you
literally, Americans are more than, there was a survey, 52 or 54% are anti-Israel.
Because, like, the American people, they don't really care about Israel, Palestine, or any
I care. I'm an American. I care. My tax dollars are going there. I care. My tax dollars are going there. Why the fuck am my tax dollars are going over there?
Because your name is Amir. Maybe you.
It doesn't. No. Forget about my name. I'm an American. Hold on, Chico. You have to stop and you have to let other people talk to you. Okay. Tax dollars. All Americans are worried about their fucking tax dollars going to a genocidal shit. Okay. You need to get it through your head. You can't come up here and say, oh, it's because your name is Amir. How does that fucking matter? Name is Amir or whatever the name is. It doesn't matter. My tax dollars are going there.
Other Americans who don't really care at all, and they don't have any like Arabic origins or.
I know Americans. They do care. And what are you gonna do about the Americans?
Why did they elect Donald Trump then? If they're anti-Israel, how come they elected Trump?
They wanted to punish Kamala, the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but at the cost of what? On supporting the genocide that they care about so much? Oh, come on, man. Yes, they would say that they would
do we have any other choice, Chico?
Really.
Chico, do we have any other choice in America? It's just a two-party system.
Yeah, and at least the Democratic Party isn't as supportive of the Zionist agenda as Trump.
Who told you that? Biden is the one that gave funding. Hold on, Chico. Biden is the one that gave funding to who? To Israel to commit genocide. Anthony Blinken. You know, Anthony Blinken was the Secretary of State. He lied in front of a Congress to allow the weaponry to Israel. It goes again. We have a Leahy law in America, which which means you cannot give weapons to somebody that's blocking the aid and whatnot. All right, and what he did, Anthony Blinken, he received a report. He changed the whole fucking report into opposite, and he lied in front of the Congress. And when you lie in front of a Congress, it's a felony. You should look into it. Go search on YouTube. You'll come across a whole bunch of videos. Anthony Blinken lying in front of Congress about Israel. The reason why Anthony Blinken's grandfather was involved in creating the Jewish state, his uncle, his dad, he's a staunch fucking Zionist.
So, Chico, let me ask you a question. You mentioned that everybody should put aside what happened in the past and consider pragmatically the situation in the field now. and do something about it. So tell me, if you were a Palestinian, a leader, let's say Hamas, what would you do? And if you were the Israeli leader, what would you do to end this conflict, at least get it on a kind of a peaceful track in terms of arriving at some form of, agreement and peace? I can give you a couple of examples right off the top of my head, but I'll just reserve my comments until I hear from you, because you keep saying, we're moving forward, let's do something. So what give me two examples, one example on each side that you would have a strong impact on the conflict as it is right now.
Guys, Hamas, like, they messed up the whole Palestinian cause with what they did. Because you need to choose your weapon. If you're gonna defend your rights, you need to know how to take it. Like, the land has been taken from you because you are not as powerful as them. So this is not the field that you need to confront them on. You need to choose something else. So the diplomacy, it did a lot. Like, I'm not sure why people hate Oslo. Without Oslo, there was no Western ban, and it's being taken right now from them because of the extremists. And this is what I'm saying. Like, after all, there must be a solution. You cannot eliminate Israel. You cannot and you should not eliminate the Palestine and their history and heritage and all of this. So there must be a solution, and for it to be a solution, the hate should stop. People need to understand, like, maybe, Amir, if you're American, you don't know what's really happening. Like, that
I need to stop you here. Look, I thank you for those comments. I'm asking you a question. If you were the leader of Hamas or Palestinian, and if you were the leader of Israel, what is the most conducive, the most effective thing that you can do to end the bloodshed and provide a path to a meaningful peace between these two groups of people? Because you're the one who talked about being pragmatic. Give me some solution. I don't.
Hamas needs to get out immediately.
Yeah, right now. And what would you do?
I would get Hamas out immediately and give the authority to Palestinian Authority, the Abu Mazen, the Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen. They should rule Gaza. And I would get some Arab forces to keep the peace in Gaza and to ensure nothing would happen against
Nobody
Israel.
likes Mahmoud Abbas, bro. I don't know what you're on about, man. Nobody likes Mahmoud Abbas. His rating dropped by he's only at about 10 or 20%. He's in bed with Zionist entity. He tells Israel tells him to go kill people. He doesn't. He goes arrests and kills people. You should go look into the ratings. There was even a survey done in relate to what the rating of Hamas is in the West Bank and what the rating of fucking Mahmoud Abbas is. Mahmoud Abbas is literally a fucking criminal.
That's all propaganda, Amir. Yes, there is some
kind of... Do you want the Palestinian survey? Do you want the Palestinian survey?
No, I don't want the Palestinian survey.
If you don't want the data, then why are you fucking intellectually dishonest?
Because I know the facts. I'm not being dishonest.
You don't know the shit about it. You don't know shit about that
living their life safely. No. I can see what happened. The Oslo Accord, the diplomacy has got them the Western Bank. And if they are to take a country, there's no other way than the diplomacy.
Okay, is the West Bank under occupation? Is the West Bank apartheid?
The West Bank is in a bad condition right now
I'm
because
asking
of
you.
Hold
on. Is the West Bank under occupation?
Yes.
Okay, how is it divided? What is it called? Zone what?
What do you mean, zone what?
It's divided into three parts. Zone A, Zone B, Zone C. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Who controls the Zone C?
Israel controls it all.
Okay.
This is what I know.
Yeah. Who controls the Zone C and who controls the Zone B?
I don't know, but I know Israel controls all of it. Yes, on paper.
All of it. Okay, how many checkpoints are in the West Bank, Chico? How many checkpoints in the West Bank?
How am I supposed to know how many checkpoints in the West
I
Bank?
thought you knew the facts.
I know the facts, like the overall facts.
Okay, how many checkpoints are in the West Bank?
Let me tell you something. And I'm Egyptian. Our King Farouk.
I just asked you. I'm not talking about Egyptian. I'm gonna come to Egypt in a second. Hang on. Yeah, as an Egyptian, why the fuck do you have Rafah border crossing closed?
It's not closed.
It's closed. He's not letting anybody in.
It's occupied.
Israel
is on the other end.
Hang on. Rafah border crossing is closed by Egyptian government, and even when they did the fucking blockade, Egyptian actually cooperated with Israel to do a fucking blockade in 2007 and whatnot. Why did they cooperate with fucking Israel to do the blockade?
No, we do not cooperate to do
Yes,
the
you
blockade.
did. You did. You go look it up. Oh, hurry up and look it up.
Back in 2007, the tunnels were still open.
I'm not talking about tunnels. I'm talking about why did you fucking stop the border? Did the blockade?
Yeah, because it's politics.
It's politics. It's politics. Your politics, it matters more than fucking human life.
There was no starvation.
Your politics matter more. Chico. In the West Bank, hold on. In the West Bank, there's 920 fucking checkpoints. Okay? They even have checkpoints. They're flying checkpoints on a chopper. They will prop up a fucking checkpoint every 2 kilometers if they want to. Okay? Go get your facts straight. When you don't know the fucking facts, don't even come up here and start talking shit out of your fucking ass. Your Egyptian government literally was at the border. Your nephew, the Al-Sisi's nephew, was heavily fucking involved in charging people money to come into Egypt. People that left from Gaza.
You were there.
Yeah. I was there. I have the reports. I go based on fucking facts and data. Your Egyptian bullshit narrative is, if we allow them into our land.